Okay, hi everybody, welcome to tonight's session of The Tower. Can everybody say hi, please? Everybody say hi.
Hello.
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 Tonight we're on to session 5 of The Tower. And today's session is called Expediency. So just want to say, before we get started, obviously we played only 2 weeks ago, around 3 weeks ago, because of some scheduling issues with these people, these goddamn people that I have to sit and put up with. And our next session will not be for 4 weeks. So essentially having 1 more month before the next session. And after that, I think we're into a pretty steady schedule of once every 3 weeks. So everybody shake your fist at Moritz because he's the problem child here.
Hold on.
That
was messed up.
Hello, Thomas.
Screw you, get the holiday.
They're all shaking their fists at me right now here in the studio, guys. This is not a joke.
Yeah, he's absolutely, he's down.
I'm not saying I don't deserve it, but
You deserve it.
I apologize.
So, without any further ado, let me do a quick recap on what you missed last time, and then we'll get right back into things. So, previously on The Tower, where you guys had left off, you were in the midst of the second floor of the tower, the seafoam green coloured floor, which you had learned was called the Vivarium Verdant. While you were there, excuse me. While you were there, you all had the chance to, rather less had a chance, you met with a bunch of these smaller sort of like flower-like creatures who are almost a bit like children. It took a bit to realize what it was you had to do. But the floor, being almost like a big like garden, was very much split into an eternal springtime where plants couldn't die and things would just bloom and bloom again with no end in sight. So, realizing that things are out of whack, you guys had encountered these shrines that are each representing each season. And after a bit of looking around and investigating, you realized you had to sort of do things to set the seasons right. And that was exemplified by you spending a little bit of time with each of the little buds and getting to know them a little bit and sharing a little bit of your stories and your pasts with them. With every section, you'd speak about aspects of your lives and how that correlated to a season of a person's life. Spring obviously being like the beginning of someone's life, the summer being the prime of their life, the autumn being like towards the end of their lives during the sort of restful years, and winter kind of representing the end of life itself. So, everybody sort of opened up a little bit. We learned somewhat that Marble in a previous life was someone who would put together unions and sort of fight for workers' rights. You learned that Vanille had a somewhat unique introduction to her music career, and it was a mentor who encouraged her to sort of pursue that goal. Meryl spoke about how she was really committed to this one very, very specific journalistic story. Yeah, sure, we'll go with that. She's very committed to a story, and got message that her mum was ill, but was a bit too committed to her story. And by the time she'd, like, it all kind of fell apart, she went back home and found that her parents had both passed away, leaving her sort of in a bad way. And M.O.C.H.A shared that his old carer, essentially, the woman who he spent a lot of years of his life with, even though she might be gone now, like, the importance of the person that she was in his life had, like, sort of made a huge impact, and he will never forget who she was. And Dawn had also made mention of the fact that she feels as though her life didn't ever really start until she got to escape from the home that she was a part of, and that she was sort of not necessarily held prisoner, but rather she never got to explore the person she was until she really escaped. And all of these messages in different ways resonated with each of the little buds. And bit by bit, they seemed to grow, kind of physically moving from one stage of their life, almost like from children to like sort of adolescence or maybe a little bit older. And with each part of that, the seasons in these shrines began to bloom with flowers growing around them that implied pretty clearly they each... So we're being turned off. It was actually setting the seasons back into a balance rather than being in this eternal springtime. This opened up a way to go and speak with the curator of this floor, the Arbiter of Cycles, who had been holding things in place. For speaking to the Arbiter, they started posing some kind of difficult questions about, like, if they can't protect the children that they have from the dangers of the world, then why should they allow it to happen? If they can keep a hold on this floor and stop them from having to suffer in any way, why shouldn't they? And you all kind of essentially made the point that in order to live life to its fullest, you have to be able to experience it. You need to be able to feel out these adventures. And the Arbiter have been watching this entire situation go down with the little buds. And it's obvious that they had sort of taken some of what you said on board. They also seem to double down pretty hard, specifically on Marble, saying that didn't Marble make decisions for other people's behalf, regardless of how it impacted them? Didn't Marble essentially also stagnate in their own life, not changing their own seasons and making decisions and sticking out a life that was easy rather than a complicated one? And Marble took it all a little bit on the chin. But the Arbiter asked each of you to make a promise, and in turn, they would also fulfill their end of a promise. And that was thus. Will all of you continue to move on with your seasons of your lives? Will you all be willing to evolve and grow and change and not stagnate? And all of you had agreed. And in turn, the Arbiter of Cycles agreed to move on from the springtime, and the floor had gently phased out into the summertime, so to speak. There you met with Apple, who is a fairy who used to be a tower guard himself, who appeared and sort of showed you guys the way to the exit, and all the while answered a few more questions about the tower, loosely letting slip that the previous floor, the first floor you guys were on, was in some way emblematic of the concept of death. But he passed off a gift to you guys and took a photo with Meryl before letting you guys head out. Expecting to get down for another normal everyday rest as you had done before, things took a bit of a shift when you realised that the tower top, the place where you had been taking your rests, instead of there being just an open space where you guys can relax, there was a pretty wacky, odd stranger dressed in a really weird outfit who kind of moved almost like a scarecrow with like no bones inside of him, and he introduced himself as the Taxman. The Taxman himself was a sort of travelling merchant of some kind, who says to you guys that he'll be here every single time you guys want to take a rest, and where you can make some purchases with him. And he's got a unique way of getting currency, asking you guys to get rid of any old gear you don't want. And also on the same page, he's happy to let you guys take on some challenges for each floor of the tower, and in turn will give you more things, more of his currency to use. He also has a couple of items on sale, and some people make some purchases. And you also make purchase of his his item that he says there will be one of these items like sold every single time, like a sort of like limited edition, limited use item. And you picked up a bag of enriching mulch from him. Now, once everybody had sort of finished making some purchases and trades with the Taxman, and loosely trying to prod at him a little bit to understand a little bit more about who or what he was, everybody started to separate out to go and begin their rest time. Marble approached Dawn and started asking her some really prodding, somewhat personal questions about what she knew about them and what she knew about the den that they had both seemingly come from, apparently both originating within the Pink Tundra Den. And Dawn was somewhat nonchalant, not really interested in answering a lot of the questions without any other than one-word answers. And Marble, somewhat frustrated by the exchange, begins to wander off when suddenly a pain begins to fill the inside of their body. It looks almost as though they're split down the middle, cracked down the centre of their body, and suddenly their body undergoes a very visceral and complicated change. And suddenly, where you guys once stood, your friend Marble, now an oddity stands. And that is where we left off last time. So, let me see about moving you guys back to where we were, and we'll get started. Here we are. Not you, Taxman music. Let's go for... Here we are. So, leaving off previously, where you guys had spent some time, your downtime essentially. Thus, Marble had undergone this rather abrupt and strange transformation, standing upright once more in this new form. Definitely this much taller, broader, more visceral creature, somewhat abstract in its shape with a sort of seam run down the center. And it is at this point I'm going to pass it off to you guys. What are your first reactions and responses to seeing your friend undergo such a visceral change? Who would like to start?
Suppose Dawn is closest, so Dawn will shout, "What the fuck are you?"
An apt response to see such a thing? Yeah, absolutely did, yeah.
Guys, get over here fast!
What could be? Oh my, okay. Do we kill it? Can we kill it? We should probably kill it.
It's Marble, I think. Or
A
Marble.
is?
Yeah, Marble's probably just like got their like weird new hands out in front of them and is just like looking at themselves, almost like just as confused, like completely like unaware of you guys' like presence here.
Marble, in this new form that you find yourself in, your hands... Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, I just realised there's a thing. I'm just going to fix something very, very quickly. Yeah, there we go, that's that fixed. Okay, sorry. Marble, as you look down at your hands, you see that where once you had a set of 5 fingers, or 4 fingers of thumb if you want to be smart about it, now your hands they get much thicker at the end. They are much longer in length and scale. You have 2 much longer fingers and a thumb, almost in like a 3 shape. They are clawed and very much sharp, dangerous. You feel as you look at them and feel them on your hands, like they could do some real damage and hurt someone, should that be your persuasion. For some reason though, in spite of the physical changes you have undergone, your sight hasn't necessarily changed. You feel slow, you feel tired and sluggish. But still able to move around.
Yeah, they're probably quite clunky as they move, but yeah, they'll take a few steps and just say like, "This is new." And like look up. I guess Meryl was the one who like was most like, "What the hell's going on?" And speaking to Marble, they just look at Meryl.
You can see, by the way, as Marble speaks, the mouth on their body doesn't seem to move or shift at all. Rather, the strange rupture or crack that splits down the center of Marble's body seems to sort of open up and sort of flutter almost. Very disconcerting to look at.
Are you okay, Marble?
Yeah, they'll sort of like tilt their head and like, "I feel odd, but fine. Still alive."
Are you aware, you've, well, you look a bit different.
I can see that, Squid.
Right. You don't seem very surprised by this development.
It's new. I didn't expect it.
Is this just the typical fairy thing, or?
I imagine you can't tell, like smile. Do you get a sense of emotion from Marble, Connor? That's a good question, actually.
Rather, Marble's face doesn't seem to change or shift. Almost like their face, if you could even call it a face at all, has sort of permanently solidified into this new shape. It may shift almost slightly organically, as though it is skin or flesh rather than being something else. But your face doesn't really express, not in the same way. The lines and the movements on the face might shift ever so slightly, but calling it an expression would be somewhat disingenuous of what this experience is to look at. Also, just for those in the for the audience, I'm going to make the token ever slightly bigger just so you can see Marble detailing a little bit better. But I'll pass it back to you, Lorcan.
Yeah, they'll shake their head.
Not normal. Not this quickly. I could take this form if I wanted, but this time it was an interruption.
An interruption?
Not like sigh.
We need to move on. I feel this is only the beginning.
So you mean this is gonna get worse?
Hopefully better if we're quick enough.
Well, what is it we can do to help you?
Again, I will tell you if the time comes. We should move on.
Oh, I mean, don't you think we should know in case, I know, something happens to you?
You wouldn't like the answer.
Well,
I am afraid I like the thought of uncertainty even less. This
I
is a
never
rather
said
peculiar
anything
alien.
about you, M.O.C.H.A.
Well, I can see now that you were honest, at the very least, when you said that I would not be able to help you. Nevertheless, even though I do not know a common treatment for that, I would still like to aid you in any way I can.
Then we rest, we let the two that need it sit down, and we continue in the morning.
No, none of you can be serious. We're not just going to move on.
If I was going to kill you, Vanille, I would have already done so.
Is that a
Relax.
threat?
Blank stare.
I think you should answer.
Perhaps. I don't know yet. If we're slow, maybe it is.
maybe you'll feel better if you have a crumpet, Marvel.
I don't think I want to see him try and eat anything.
I want
don't
to be
know which
having a
hole.
crumpet.
For what it's worth, since
Dawn, you're ruining
asking, since you're all asking a lot of questions, anybody who's interested to see if they can maybe figure out even a slightest idea of what is going on, you can roll me an Arcana check.
Ah.
Ooh, I am great at those.
Gladly.
I have decided.
Sure.
I'm a wizard.
What the hell are these rolls?
Dawn is.
God, you guys better be rolling well. Oh no!
Let's
She's got
start.
the private
God's on
message.
your ass.
Let's start with the least bit of information to the most amount of information, shall we? So, starting at the bottom, Vanille, you're not exactly the most clued up about fairy culture or history. For all you know, this could be normal, but you're not entirely certain, right? M.O.C.H.A, you spent a little bit of time, like, kind of getting to know fairies ever so slightly, and you've definitely never seen anything like this. You do know, however, that fairies are capable of, like, changing their appearances to some extent, but in what way you're not quite so sure, not quite so certain. Meryl, this is not a normal thing to happen. Not by any means, not by any stretch of the imagination. You're not exactly a fairy historian or a biologist by any means, but you know a little bit more about like how fairies work than perhaps the average person would. You're an investigative mind after all. This seems bizarre. The fact that Marble's appearance has changed and shifted very, very suddenly, that is not a thing that happens every day or even ever. This almost seems to you as though something else, something external has changed Marble. Exactly what or to what extent you are not sure, but this is definitely unhealthy, and you have a feeling that whatever sickness it was affecting Marble, this almost seems to be a new stage of such a thing. You're almost worried that it's a disease, but then again, you've never heard of a disease being able to affect a fairy before. Dawn. You are not quite certain as to how or why you know some of the information you know. But as you look at this new form that Marble has taken, a few things are apparent to you. The first thing is that feeling, that information you knew, that Marble has a curse, that's almost certainly what this is. Someone or something, or you're not exactly sure how to parse that, has infested Marble. And you know as well, and again, you're not entirely sure how you know this, something about this feels familiar, not as though you have seen it, but almost as though something about this is buried within you, like you know something, but you can't quite explain where or how. But one thing is sure to you, and you know this for a fact, there is an entity or a creature or something else inside of Marble. It's not just Marble. You can see, like, almost like as you peer, it's almost as though you get a sense of what Marble's heartbeat is like. And deep in the depths of their body, you know for a fact something is entwined around it. As though Marble's heartbeat itself isn't alone. Almost as though there are two entities, two souls, two creatures, two something. And they're kind of working together. I'll pass back to you guys.
That's why they're pronouns that they them.
That's what you gather from this?
But that's good, that's good.
Pertinent information.
Ally.
You all just going to stare? Or are we going to sit
Well-
down?
I can take a picture.
Why not? But I'm keeping.
Okay, fine. Meryl snaps a pic.
The flash goes off and illuminates the area. It's quite significant, not subtle by any means. But you managed to take a good photo of Marble. Marble, do you pose for the photo?
Yeah, they'd probably give it a little bit of a, like, whatever they think would be the most suitable for this.
So what does that look like?
For this form. Probably like one hand raised a little, like giving the evil, like, wizard pose.
Not me, smile.
You almost feel, as much as this is a pretty staunch change for you, Marble, you've never experienced something quite like this before. You do feel weirdly attuned to your body. You feel as though you have a keen understanding of how these aspects of your body are able to move. Almost like the inherent biology of such a thing makes sense to you, even though it is definitely unfamiliar to actually live through.
Yeah, they'll just, like, put their hands out.
Well then. Any other questions?
Well, yes,
I
a
have
lot.
question-
This
have a
isn't
question
the
for the
weirdest
DM.
thing you've seen this week.
It's up there.
There has been stark competition.
Wow.
But just to quickly, if you'll indulge me, so is it only the shape of Marble that has changed? Are they still comprised of the same fairy material, as it were, or are they more flesh and bone than they used to be?
Are you going to do something to test that? You can roll a perception if you want to just take a look.
I think
You
I
won't
would
get
find
much
this
more than just a
interesting,
visual. You won't get much more than just a visual cursory glance.
though. Well, I know some people go off breaking off fairy fingers, but M.O.C.H.A is not that kind of person.
Fair.
Broken.
I will roll for a perception. Can I follow the recipe on this?
Sure thing.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Wow, these rolls are great.
Number.
Okay, so with the crit, so Pretty, right? You're pretty good when it comes to attention to detail, M.O.C.H.A. And you know for a fact, fairies by default, right, as much as they are made of, like, crystal, there is somewhat of an illusory nature to the way that they create their bodies. Because if you've ever touched a fairy's hair, which I'm sure that you have, or touched their skin, by all means do they match the sort of texture of what you would expect that thing to be on a human. For example, if you touch a fairy's hair, it might feel like the texture might be ever so slightly off, but it doesn't feel rock solid or hard as though there's no sway. It's almost like as though it's comprised of very thin fibers, sort of reminiscent of hair, so it could feel like hair. Same as skin, if you were to touch fairy's skin, it has the same kind of pliability as like human flesh. Even though by all means it's not quite made out of the same materials. But that being said, those with a keen attention to detail such as yourself could definitely tell like the difference in it. Even the temperature alone is enough to sort of tell that that person isn't a human, because humans have a very naturally warm state. Fairies themselves also give off like a heat, but there's a difference to it, an oddity to it. It's more like I'm trying to think of the best word to describe this. Whereas humans give off body heat, and you can feel like if you put your hand close to a person, you can feel a little bit of the heat that comes off of that person. Fairies don't really give off body heat in the same way, but their bodies are sort of naturally tempered to have like a volume of heat within them. But as you look at Marble just now, with your keen attention to detail, in spite of the fact that Marble's skin tone, which is normally very pale white, almost like marble itself, this new appearance is slightly reddish in hue, pinkish almost. It almost looks a little bit fleshy in tone, but you almost get the impression that this new reddish hue is almost instigated from something else. You're not entirely sure, and you've not spoken to your team exactly on where the nature of this comes from, but you get the impression that this new change in, also, you know fairies don't change colour, so this new change in hue implies that something strange has happened. But if you're to take a very keen look, you get the impression that Marble is indeed still made out of the same materials a fairy would be made out of. They're still comprised of the same crystal, the same means. It just looks as though it's taken on a slightly new shape. By no means are they fleshy in spite of this. You might even take a stab in the dark, because you rolled so well. You might take a stab in the dark and assume that even if Marble, for example, was dark blue, you imagine that they would still be just ever so slightly more reddishly hued if they were dark blue, not necessarily turning fleshy in their own right. Something about this is very bizarre though. It's almost as something has changed the skin tone of Marble, but they haven't taken on they're no more flesh and bone than they were before.
Okay, that's interesting. Sort of a follow-up question, which is a more general question regarding fairies. So fairies have a heartbeat. Does that heart literally beat as a human heart would?
It doesn't physically move in the same way, but it does pulse. One of the reasons why technology is typically called pulse-based technology is because it mimics almost like the same rhythm of a human heartbeat. If you were to look at a fairy heartbeat in motion, it does give off pretty consistently, it gives off like a gentle pulse of energy that seems to flow through a fairy's entire body. It's the same reason as why fairy dust happens. When you cut a fairy's, like a part of their body away from being attached to the heartbeat, it loses the connection to that pulse, to that signal, and then as a result, it turns to dust immediately. Like it doesn't have that connection anymore. Whereas like, as you look at Marble just now, it's almost as though that connection is stronger, or perhaps the nature of it has changed in some way.
Okay, so based with that knowledge in mind then, I would sort of slowly and warily approach Marble, and I'll sort of extend one of my hands chest height. Would you be okay if I touched you?
Why?
I am just curious as to how this condition affects, well, your center.
Don't touch anywhere weird.
I assure you, I have no such intent. But with that, somewhat boldly, I'll place my hand onto Marble's chest and just trying to see if I can feel the pulse. Specifically with the goal in mind that I kind of want to see where they're at with this condition.
Okay.
Whether it's calm or not.
So if you go to touch Marble's chest, two things happen. First of all, you realize that like where the seam that seems to run down the center of Marble's body now, in the dead center of their body, almost like exactly where their heartbeat would be, you notice that like there's like almost like a protrusion in their skin, if you can call it that. But even deeper still, the seam almost seems to be ever so slightly opened around their chest, like as though it's a little bit like thicker almost, as though that section could open up much easier than any other part of their body. And Marble, as M.O.C.H.A touches your chest, you instinctually like you pull back, you reel back. You can't explain why, but that was wrong. He should not be touching you there. It feels panic-inducing. It almost, not necessarily that it's painful, but almost like in the same way as if someone was about to like grab you by like the nose or like touch one of your eyes, like you instinctually feel like, no, that's bad. Do not do that. Do not touch me there. Like there's a sensitive area almost. You feel that urgency as you pull away, almost instinctually. And you almost feel as though M.O.C.H.A ignored your request to not touch you anywhere weird, because he immediately went for the weird hole in your chest.
Yeah, and they'll say like, watch yourself, I told you. Watch yourself, machine.
I had not intended to offend you. I am very sorry. This is just very strange.
Fairies can change their form. What's the problem here? Something's wrong with me and I let you know. Long before this happened. This doesn't change a thing.
Well, don't mind me saying, but if this was the extent of your situation, then I feel as though you could have explained this a long time ago. Yet you were not being completely honest.
I didn't know this would happen. This is a first.
Then why would you refuse aid in understanding your condition better if you have no idea what it does?
I know what's wrong with me, M.O.C.H.A. And I know what I need. Your aid can't help.
Does not compute.
What is it that you need?
Battle? I need something to kill. It'll make me feel better first. Then we can worry about her.
That is really violent.
M.O.C.H.A instinctually takes a few steps away from you, almost out of like, okay.
Right, I have to ask, is the taxman actually standing watching us up here? Or is he?
Yeah, you can, if you peer over like across the back end of the room where the taxman is working away, it looks like he's busy working on brews. But it didn't, like, he doesn't even pay much attention. Like, he doesn't... Actually, roll me an insight. Why don't you roll me an insight, Marble?
Is this updated correct? Yeah. Question. Yes. Oof.
Maybe it's because like he's wearing a mask and he doesn't really operate the same way, but like you don't feel like he's really watching, or he doesn't really care if he does. You get the impression he doesn't really give a fuck at all, dare I say.
This guy's probably seen so much weird shit on top of this tower.
He probably looks in a mirror every day, so yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
I've got a mean streak today.
Pretty
Yeah.
drawn on face.
He seems like he's preoccupied with working on making his brews that he said he was going to make.
Any more questions?
No, not really. It's not as if you'll answer them.
I have answered them.
If you were going to put on lipstick, would you put it on your normal lips or your new
I don't
lips?
fucking know, Meryl.
Okay,
I
okay.
feel like the normal lips might feel more natural. It'd be weird, there's
How-
a line running down my...
How do you see?
Another thing for a moment. Do furries actually need to create eyes in their head to see?
So, you know for a fact, right, because you're living your body, you understand this to an extent. I'm not going to make you roll for this. I'm sorry, just get a blanket. We wrap myself up in a wee blanket. So, fairies' external organs, like your nose, eyes, etc., largely they are symbolic. You don't necessarily need to make eyes to see. However, you need to create yourself something that is emblematic of eyes, something that is emblematic of like a nose in order to smell, something emblematic of ears in order to hear, and a mouth, and etc., right? So most of your actual physical appearance, obviously it's completely up to you. How you arrange yourself, how you choose to look is up to you. But all of that said, generally these things are mostly symbolic. Once you have a thing that lets you see, thereon you can see, and so on and so forth. But right now, you're not quite sure where or how your symbolic eyes see. But your periphery hasn't seemed to change. Like, your perspective is still from head level. But even now, as you think about it, you're not quite sure. It's almost like you're receiving way more information, like you're seeing things from multiple perspectives. It's not as though you can see behind you, but you almost have like a slightly heightened sense of where everything is, where people are, what's going on in the room. The leaves that fall around you from the foliage over top, you're way more tuned to the fact that you can feel more of them, that you can spot where they're falling, and kind of so on and so forth. You don't really know the answer to that question, but you can still use your body in a way that makes sense to you. You know that for sure.
Yeah. So they'll lie through their teeth and say,
Fairies are strange. I think older fairies might not have needed the eyes. Long ago, before me, of course.
Or
Is this what an older fairy looked like then?
they'll think on that. Is that possible?
Roll me a history check.
Yeah.
Oh, we're onto something. Can I follow the recipe?
You have to touch me, so no.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think Marvel let you touch them is the answer, so...
Well, as much as I'd love the D4, yeah, I'm good enough anyway.
Yes and no to some extent, right? You know for a fact that in the past, fairies have always had slightly, you know what, let me try a sentence again. In the past, you know that fairies are very much aligned with slightly more, geometric shapes. A lot of like fairy traditional garb and outfits tends to use a whole bunch of geometric shapes in their appearance, where that's like maybe like points or like big round shapes or square shapes or triangles. Like it's all very geometrically inspired. And you know for a fact that in the past, fairies also did have a sort of slightly more abstract geometric form. But because you rolled so high, they didn't have a face, not in the way that you still have a face right now. Even though most of your face is blank and all you seem to have is like your lips, so to speak. You think it's almost a little bit closer to the innate nature of what old fairies looked like, but even now this form that you have is still a little bit more humanoid than perhaps they would have taken. It's almost like they went to the same school of thought in terms of design concept, but this is a little bit more organic rather than the strictly geometric shapes of fairies of old. If anything, this form that you have feels to you primal is the only way you could describe it. Like, you feel like you even feel pain as you think about this word, because you don't want to think of yourself like that, but you feel like a monster, like a creature of prey. No, not a creature of prey, the opposite of that, a predator. Like, you feel like this form is designed to harm. And to an extent, you almost feel a drive to cause some.
Yeah, they'll take a deep breath.
It's possible, M.O.C.H.A. They were a lot less rigid back then. Humans change things.
This, I have to say, does nothing to ease my tension.
Well, perhaps if we hurried up and head on downstairs, we can ease your tension when I'm back to normal. This is slow, clunky, though it doesn't have its own uses.
Are you certain that you are going to turn back?
No, but I've a reasonable suspicion.
Well, if this is really what you need, then I suppose it is not for me to stand in the way. Besides, we have to move on regardless.
I'm sure we can find some nasty beasts for you to slay, Marble.
Indeed.
For what it's worth, by the way, just because... actually, what were you going to say first? I'll let you go first.
I should say this is before we've actually rested, right? We need to still let the fleshies rest.
Yeah,
up.
you guys haven't taken a rest yet. You're effectively still prepared to take a rest.
Yeah, let us breathe.
I'll take the night to try and find things about this. You should all get ready. Hopefully we've a lot more to do tomorrow.
So, for us to know by Dawn, because you were up front and close when you watched Marble undergo this process, Marble's clothing isn't like scattered along the ground in shreds or destroyed and like what's the word? Tattered. Yeah, good word. Thank you very much. If anything, like as Marble changed form, their clothing did seem to like sort of almost like peel off of them, fall off of them, and is laying on the ground next to where they are. But there's no tears or rips in it. It looks almost as though like it looks whole still.
Would you like to put some clothes on again, Marble?
I just know it feels odd to them, right? In this form, like clothes probably.
Yeah, you feel like it would hinder you, it would slow you down, and more than anything else, that's an entire that's for answer day then. Like you feel like you already feel slow and sluggish. Like you're moving slowly, you feel kind of moody, you know, like. So this doesn't exactly fill you with glee at the prospect of putting on clothes again. And I mean, as much as like you're 100% conditioned to wear clothes as part of human society, and you trade all your time in the den to blend in and fit in. Fairies don't necessarily have genitals if they don't choose to have them. That's decided entirely on how much they want to engage with human culture, because they have no innate gender, they have no innate sexuality, so to speak. It's kind of up to them to choose those aspects for themselves if they so want to align with them. So you've got nothing to hide, so to speak. You are a pretty odd form right now, but you don't feel as though clothes would do you any good just now.
I'll be fine. What, is this upsetting to you?
No, but if you're not using them, can we sell them?
No. That's a gift, and you won't touch it.
Fine then, it can stay on the dirty floor.
I'll pack it away. Alright.
You sort of scoop up your stuff then, Marble, and sort of like fold it away.
Yeah. Slowly and clunkily, I imagine.
Yeah, like you're still coming to terms with your new hands, your new form. Again, it feels mostly natural to you, but it is odd. Like your arms are way thicker. They end in odd points. Like things are not quite what you would expect. And as Marble begins to do this, I'm going to turn to you guys and ask, what about the rest of you? Like, you could have watched Marble begin to organize themselves. What are the rest of you wanting to do?
I still have to do some cooking. So that is what I will return to before my food burns on the stove.
So you go and like return to your cooking. Meryl, what about you?
Well, M.O.C.H.A's busy cooking, but if Vanille and Dawn are not doing anything, she kind of like beckon them over while Marble is distracted and kind of say to them like, they're downplaying it, but this new form, that is not normal for a fairy at all. Something very bizarre is going on here.
Shortly before they transformed, we were having a chat. I got the feeling that he was keeping stuff from us. Well, it turned out he was, but there's definitely more than he's letting on. Sorry, I keep fucking up about that.
What answer they there? What were you going to say,
Marble
Video?
shouts it.
My pronouns are they, them.
That's all they heard.
Yeah.
Well,
Their ears are burning, you know, because someone is misgendering them off in the distance. Sorry, Video.
It's okay. Whatever is wrong with them, I think I'm starting to get a bit sleep deprived. I don't trust any of you. Meryl, perhaps we should sleep beside each other?
Yeah, sure. I think I might have nightmares though after seeing all that.
Look at you cozying up to each other.
No, I just do not trust the robots or that thing. I don't trust this one either, but slim pickings.
What, you scared they're gonna get you?
Yes, I am scared they are going to get me.
Well, you know us sirens like to eat human babies.
M.O.C.H.A, are you busy, M.O.C.H.A?
If we're hungry enough, an adult might do.
More flesh on
M.O.C.H.A.
those bones.
She's genuinely like calling out to M.O.C.H.A and like hitting his way instead.
Like,
Oh, my
he'll perk
stomach's
up.
gurgling.
Oh gosh. Like M.O.C.H.A will perk up and kind of like look over, and he'll sort of like tilt his head to the side, you know?
M.O.C.H.A, you're incapable of killing a human, yes?
I don't know. I haven't tried.
There's a first time for everything.
Oh, I could do some baby stew right now.
Why would you do that?
Oh, don't worry, Muck. I'm just messing with her.
Oh. Ha ha ha.
Look, I am going to sleep here. M.O.C.H.A, you like being useful, yes?
I do.
Ah, perfect. Could you make sure that none of the other ones get me?
Get you what?
Just make sure they stay away, yes?
Oh. Okay. Are you not feeling well?
I'm feeling fine right now.
Good. Okay. I suppose I can do that after I finish preparing this meal.
Fantastic. I would thank you, but nah, I don't think I have to.
Gosh, every single one of you, every single person this party has like a different flavor of autism. Okay, great. So, Vanille, I'm going to ask you with your follow through. Are you going to sort of keep close to Meryl, or are you kind of taken after some of her comments?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not after that. No, she'll probably like sit down and she'll like work on her music for like a little bit, but then she'll try to get some sleep.
Okay. So what I'm going to ask is, if you guys don't mind, could you all move your tokens to a place that is appropriate for where you'll be resting? So like if everyone is like taking a rest sort of relatively close to someone else, it'd be good to know where you're all setting up. So for
I am
what it's worth,
intently watching you, Marble.
Yeah, this is a good place.
you sort of rest up down there. Okay. And you're sort of going down to the corner there, Meryl. Right, okay. So, something that's worth pointing out, specifically for both Meryl and Vanille. Mocha's definitely making you some food, and if you would like to eat it, you're more than welcome to partake. But that being said, you realise as you're thinking about it, other than feeling tired and exhausted, you guys are not quite sure exactly how long you have been here for already. That is, in the tower as a whole. You're not sure if you've been here for literally 2 days, or if it's been longer or shorter than that. You know that whenever you get to this place, as in the top of the tower, it's almost as though the tiredness that you feel finally hits you. Like you finally feel like you're able to rest, and that also applies to everybody. Even those around who don't necessarily need to sleep, you do feel that sort of tiredness begin to sort of weigh in on you when you arrive up at this area. But for what it's worth as well, specifically for Vanille and for Meryl, you've not had to use the bathroom the whole time you've been here. Like, not once. And even though Mocha's making you food, and you might eat some of it, you don't necessarily feel hungry, or you don't also feel like you're like, oh, I'm so stuffed I couldn't eat, but you also don't feel like, oh, I'm starving. Rather, you feel fairly neutral. It's almost like the only thing you're really contending with at the moment is sleep, which is an oddity, a strange feeling. Yet none of your normal motives and normal needs seem to be holding any weight or taking any form or shape. But that being said, is everybody settling down for a long rest?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Alright.
Saving my bathroom break for the brown floor.
Don't start.
Stop
Oh my
saying
god.
that.
Alright.
She said alive.
It's not too late to kick him out of the campaign, you know? Like,
I love that Marble's talking with big ass lips. Lips stay.
A new marble reveal for the screen. Alright. So, all of you are taking up some time to relax and rest. And hold on, I should need to do something quickly. Is it? So disorganized. I'm such a mess. Bear with me. Alright, there we go. Okay. So, as each of you decide to sort of rest up and take some a moment to relax by yourselves, you'll have a sort of think back to the day that you've just had, if it has even been a day, so to speak. So, Vanille, let's start with you. Is there anything in particular that is on your mind as you settle down for this rest?
I guess she would be very preoccupied with the whole fairy turning into a weird monster thing. She hasn't really got out much, and even then, this is very bizarre. So I guess she's just more kind of like anxious than anything else.
Yeah. It's a pretty extreme change from what the norm is. And it's also, you are right in saying you don't exactly have a lot of experience with other cultures, to be earnest. You have lived a pretty insulated, mostly human life, and you really don't know all that much about fairies other than what's like loosely common knowledge at this point. So it still does feel like you're a stranger sometimes, and maybe these things are more normal for some of these people, but not for you, and it has struck with you. And as you're considering on that, you also think about how on that floor that you guys had just been to, you felt as though you were a little exposed today. You had to share an aspect of yourself that's, at least for you, deeply personal. You're not exactly an open book by any means. And as you had to sort of share your story to the buds, and had to sort of unleash an old, slightly embarrassing song that you wrote when you were, like, effectively a teenager, you're worried that, like, going forwards deeper into this place, more things like that are going to be slowly pried from you. It's almost this place itself is desperate to get beneath your guarded exterior. And I guess that makes you feel uncomfortable, uneasy. You feel like you're constantly being challenged in your time that you've spent here. And it's not going to get any easier. So next up, Marble, let's touch on you. What's on your mind right now?
Yeah, they're probably just taking their time to, like, almost, I should say that, almost, like, look into how their new body feels.
I think we all know what you're going to say.
Yeah, they're just, like, kind of trying to get in tune with this body and see if there's anything, like, they can figure out that's different, or, like, odd. Well, other than the obvious.
So, it is true that there is definitely some downsides to this, but there's also some strengths. You feel as though those claws that you have seemingly been gifted with, there's some heft to them, some real damage to them. Way more than like you would be capable of doing by your own right. It's definitely an unpleasant experience, or at least you would think it would be. As you get like attuned with it, you actually feel pretty confident in this body. You feel, like I said, primal, as though like aspects of yourself have been slightly suppressed to become this monstrous form, but there's something about it that feels fulfilling. Like, you almost kind of want a shot of, like you say, fighting something. You want a shot of winning. And it's hard to really push that feeling back. You also know for a fact that you've been feeling hungrier and hungrier as you've grown along this journey. But I suppose as you sort of come to terms with your body, it's hard for you to avoid all the accusations that have been thrown at you today, whether from your friends and allies, but also from the Arbiter of Cycle themselves. I just kind of want to ask you, like, with the part of your journey you have made so far, with this sort of quest that you've undertaken so far, how does Marble feel about the decisions that they've made in their life that's taken them to this point, as they mull over these thoughts?
They probably feel a bit confused. I think they thought when they got here it would be a lot more obvious of why they were here. And thinking back on the person they believe sent them here, they're probably a little bit more like, not necessarily confused when they think of that person. When they think of that person, they go, oh, no, that's why I'm here. Like, they can't be wrong. But they're still more curious, I guess, as to why they'd want them here.
Yeah, okay. Like, it does track and it does make sense that, like, the person who sent you on this journey, so to speak, is it kind of keen to, like, yeah, I get what you're saying, I get where you're coming from. But all right. Meryl, let's move to you. So, Meryl, same question as you, right? So, first thoughts, what's on your mind as you settle down for this rest?
Well, Meryl is feeling slightly concerned by this transformation palaver. She feels like Mother's definitely not lying onto everything, and this is a lot more serious than they're saying. And that is kind of concerning her that they might. It's the first time she's felt a bit worried that maybe something bad might happen to the team, but she's kind of trying to push that thought away and remain positive.
Yeah, okay. You're trying to focus on the better parts of this journey, but it's hard to avoid that, like, this team that you found yourself a part of is going to be unpredictable and uncertain. And as you sort of, like, settle down and sort of quietly rest up, there's a familiar feeling that, like, with all the noise sort of droning away and you've been sort of introspective and thinking about things, you almost seem to have missed until you really notice it. That in the same way as you've taken, like, your last rest, you feel the presence of another entity, another being with some kind of psychic energy. Kind of similar to you. You can feel that again, but it feels much closer and much smaller. As though whatever it is that's smaller is clearly part of something else. Almost like a tip of an iceberg type of thing. And you kind of like focus on that feeling for a minute, and you realise that it tails all the way over to the side opposite of where you're sitting, to where the taxman is brewing away a potion.
Is there anything, like, visibly there?
Roll me just a straight intelligence check, right? Let's just see how well you follow this train.
Is that just like on my top stat thingies?
Yeah. If you roll just from your ability scores at the top of the screen. Oh my god!
What?
It's that session. Okay, we're gonna just straight up give you a piece of information, right? Do you realise that the psychic entity that you're feeling a presence from is the taxman himself?
Oh.
It's not as if he's reaching out at you or whatever. If anything, he looks like he's largely busy. And you're pretty sure he's humming a tune or something. Like, he seems like completely not here. Like, he's in his own world. But that being said, it's hard for you to deny or avoid the fact that you're quite sure that that bigger psychic presence is almost like resides within the taxman, as though he is like a smaller part of something bigger. In fact, you're quite sure that you're on the money with that he is part of that bigger presence that you had felt during your last rest.
Interesting. She'll take out like her journal where she like wrote about the presence before and like add that taxman is part of the bigger system? ?
So you sort of like, you write that down and you draw a circle around it, you know, like question marks around it as you consider yourself on that thought. And you wonder if maybe it's worth asking him at some point. Even if not tonight, you definitely see him again. He's made it pretty clear that he'll be back.
Yeah.
But you have had a lot going on today. So I'm going to move to you, M.O.C.H.A. I'm going to ask the same question. What's immediately on your mind as you settle down for this rest?
So whilst maintaining the recipe and trying to get this food to turn out delicious, M.O.C.H.A. is still mulling over what he just witnessed as well. I think it's on the forefront of most of our minds. And he is just thinking really hard if there was ever any condition or anything like this that he might have seen or even heard about, read about. And if there truly is nothing he can do.
So, I'll say this. Excuse me. based on your conversation with Marble, it's obvious that Marble needs something, but Marble isn't really willing to share with you exactly what it is that they need or what they're looking for. But that being said, you've definitely never heard of anything like this before. In fact, like, you probably barely have as much of a working knowledge as even some people who live in the outside world kind of did. You spent your entire life in Spectacle with a relatively, like, single-minded frame of reference. This world that Marble occupies is clearly something a little bit out of your depth. And it isn't a bit sad that you feel like you can't help when you feel like you want to. But Marble isn't really seeming to be willing to work with you in any meaningful way to sort of help you, help them, or help you sort of find a resolution. So I guess you feel almost just sad and like a bit at a loss. And it pans into another thing. You remember when Apple was talking about other people who've been through the tower, other people who've suffered and experienced a lot of the same things? I mean, Marble made it pretty clear that, like, not only did the person who you were looking for, but one of the driving reasons that brought you here in the first place is still here.
True, yeah. I suppose that leads to a lot of wondering what floor they are on, if they are on any of them, or if they are in a space between. I suppose maybe I'd think back on what kind of person I know Adrian to be, and you know, I kind of try to have a think what color floor would resonate with that the most, based also on what Apple has said to us. The fact that I believe it was the orange floor that he kind of favored personally.
You're not entirely sure what to expect in each floor, but the one thing you got always from Marlene about Adrian was that he was inquisitive, curious. He was a researcher by name. Like, that was kind of the whole... One of the bigger parts of his being was he had an interest in knowledge, an interest in learning, and an interest in figuring things out. Whether or not that means that he's gonna be on any of, like, the next floors or somewhere in the future, you really don't know. Based on what based on what Apple had said though about the yellow floor, you kind of doubt it's probably not going to be that one though.
Okay, well, I think for the moment, I'll just have to continue pondering then.
Yeah, you continue pondering, and let's move on to Dawn. So Dawn, what's like on your mind right now? What's your first thoughts?
She's thinking about what she has figured out about Marble and why she has any idea about any of this. Trying to figure out, thinking back to her time in the den, if she's heard mention of it or has read about it anywhere. Why she has this feeling that there is something inside Marble that she has no experience with whatsoever, and if it is somehow related to old fairy activities.
So I'm going to give you this, right? You're specifically trying to think back on what you've learned, but the more that you think about it, the more this feels like instinct. Revulsion is maybe a word. Fear, maybe? Like, you know for a fact that you have never seen something like this. You've never even read about anything like this. Dare you say, like, the idea of a fairy having a sickness or a disease is unheard of in the world of a den. The dens are very reclusive, and they're also very insular. They're very specifically based on what's happening in the place. They don't have a lot of outside or exterior interest or knowledge. And it also, like, sort of shapes your perspective on the world. You didn't really know what to expect in spite of what you were told about it. But this isn't something you read about in a book. This was something you felt. The minute you looked at Marble in this new form that they had taken, you felt it. You felt something off. You're not really sure where that information came from. But still, something resonates within you as you're sort of mulling over this train of thought. And it's that some of the things that Scarlet told you before you came here, some of the things that she had implied, that some of this had happened for a reason. You're all here for some purpose. You're all here for well, she's convinced, at the very least, that you were chosen for a specific purpose, for a specific reason. And maybe, just maybe, this feeling that you have about what's wrong with Marble, it's maybe a part of that. You're not super sure or certain, but it's possible. Maybe that's what the implication is. Maybe that's what she meant. Or maybe that's a part of it. The one thing that she said to you really rings true, and it's that something that Apple had also iterated on when you'd met him as well, which is that the tower is trying to teach you something. It's trying to perform a lesson for you. It's trying to show you something. And I guess you have to just ponder exactly what the lesson is. And I suppose if I was to ask Dawn directly, what would she think was the point of the last floor? What's her take on what the tower had done, on what they experienced on that floor? What did she take away from that?
That as comfortable as one part of your life may be, staying stagnant for too long stops any possible growth from occurring. That although new seasons might be scary, the cycle of life needs to continue on.
A very astute take, as you sort of think about it. And you think that's quite possibly what the purpose of that was, that you should be unafraid to embrace change, that you should be willing to experience new and fresh things. And as you mull over those thoughts, and as all of you mull over those thoughts, you find yourself somewhat drifting. Your mind's kind of fading off into an obscure. You all begin to dream. Now, in the same way as we had done this before, I'm gonna point something at you guys. And we will be starting with... Let's see. Let's start in reverse order. So Dawn, let's go with you first. This dream that you find yourself in, again, a completely brand new concept, a completely fresh experience for someone like you. Something that you're not completely certain of, or something that you're used to by any means. You find yourself in the same vein as you had before. Almost like a flashback, like a perspective of someone watching your life, almost like a movie, going back to a specific point in your life where everything is cast in shades of grey. The people are nothing but blurred shapes and sort of dark silhouettes, and the only thing that is in full focus is you. And what I want to ask of you, Dawn, as you watch through the eyes of seemingly this spectator who peers back on a moment in your life, I want you to tell me about a moment in Dawn's life when she had felt that she had stagnated and she needed a change. A moment where she felt as though she'd become a victim to her own inability to shift or change or evolve any further. And everybody else start thinking, because I'm going to be asking you the same question.
I suppose for Dawn, it goes back to her in the den once again. Shortly after she was powered online, brought to life, whatever people want to call it. And they've discovered that she can do weird things, and they're trying to train her up on that skill, trying to get the message into her of she needs to use this power for the goals of the group. And she doesn't know how to feel about that. She has the inner conflict where she just feels like she's going through the motion day by day, having the same message repeated at her over and over again that she knows she should be following and listening to, but it doesn't feel right. But at the same time it does, and it's just the same day in, day out, the same lecture, the same phrases repeated over and over again, and it's just like the endless white noise in the background for her. But she does take it all in deep, and she's just become numb to their lessons.
That numbness is a familiar feeling for someone like you, someone who's felt the pressure of other people to make you perform. And like you say, you spent a long time having to deal with those feelings of doing as they say, but not feeling like it mattered to you. Perhaps stagnation is the right feeling, and it's almost like you feel the same stagnation as you watch yourself, almost like in like fast motion of the same few scenes playing out over and over and over again, but you know how it felt in that moment. You're so sure, you know exactly what it's like. You know what it's like to have to follow the orders of people who tell you what is right, but you feel that conflict of, is this right? A victim unable to change or evolve. Meryl, in the same vein as what I'd asked Dawn, I'd like you to, in the same way, you watch a spectator seem to relive a moment in your life, everything cast in shades of white and grey, to a moment in your life where as though you had felt as though you had stagnated, you needed a change, and you were unable to shift.
Meryl would think back to her time as an investigative journalist and kind of an incident as she was nearing kind of the end parts of her career where she'd written a big expose about this corrupt town mayor or whatever, and just a few months later she ended up reading this report that they'd just been replaced with basically that person's protege anyway, and like basically nothing had changed, and all this time she'd spent like gathering evidence and doing these secret interviews, it was all for nothing, and the world had just remained the same. And it really, like, just reading that report kind of like it impacted her badly.
The moment of realizing that in spite of her best efforts and her quest for greatness and for the truth and her willingness to want to make the world a different place, it makes sense why something like that would affect her, make her feel as though instead of that even in spite of her best efforts, the world had stagnated and therefore her too. That even though she might try and adapt and make change for the better, there are systems out there far greater than her, far greater than what she's capable of doing. And she could write the best expose in the world, she could uncover the deepest, darkest truths, but it doesn't make a difference sometimes. And it makes sense why those feelings would be so damaging and why that moment comes back. I guess as you watch yourself, like you see your whole expression fall as you see yourself like reading effectively like a newspaper, listening to the radio and just hearing about all this stuff, all these repeating moments, history just following itself on a circular path. It makes sense why that stagnation hurt. M.O.C.H.A, much in the same vein as the others, find yourself dreaming. Again, a bizarre and unusual experience for someone like you. But that being said, with it comes a moment that you're almost like prepared yourself for. Or I guess unprepared for is how I say that. Like you're unprepared for as you find yourself taken back to a moment in your life where you felt as though you had stagnated. A moment where, in spite of what you might have wanted, life was unchanging in a bad way. Could you tell us about that moment, please? What do you see?
Sure, yeah. I feel like for M.O.C.H.A that would be quite recent. The months before the expedition to the tower is probably when that realization set in that he'd been running the shop for a very long time on his own now, and while originally he thought that was all he would ever want, and it was part of what he was created to do, so it made sense. He found that even though he still brought the same kind of joy to people day to day, he no longer experienced the same joy. It was waning with every day, because all the recipes he knew he'd already tweaked to perfection, and there was always that gnawing feeling in the back of his head, which only recently he realized was that he wanted this closure, the reason why he entered the tower. And yeah, he definitely felt like he was stagnating at that point, because the days in Spectacle have a habit of feeling like they're on repeat, with everyone being a little bit of a hermit. It's difficult to find a connection, a new connection, a fresh connection. And it's just been getting more difficult. And had he not been chosen for the tower, this might have been the rest of his life.
As you watch, again, the same similar scenes play out, and you know how it felt in those moments. It's easy to put on a smile and do with the everyday ins and outs. And perhaps you hadn't even realised at the time that you had in a way longed for a change, because you'd somewhat been used to knowing that this was just your life, this was your identity. And even if you might have wanted a little bit more or felt like it almost felt like a pipe dream. Like it was selfish of you to have any other thoughts other than to honour Marlene's name. But as you watch this dream, as you have this moment of this unfurling thought, you begin to wonder if that is the life that she would have even wanted you to have. You begin to wonder if is that what she would have asked of you after she had passed? Because this was her dream, this is what she wanted. She stuck this out because it meant a lot to her. And you did it because you loved her. You did it because every day with her was the blessing, not the work itself. And this big shift, this big change in your life that came with going to the tower has definitely left an impact on you. And I guess as you watch all those scenes play out, you realise your life had stagnated. You had become a victim unable to change. And this big shake-up, this big change of going to the tower was definitely not one you expected, yet maybe it's exactly what you wanted. Maybe it's okay for you to want things too. Marble, much in the same vein, as you return to a meditative state, your mind falls off. You find yourself dreaming, watching a spectator almost like peruse a moment in your life where you had felt as though you had stagnated. Would you like to give us a scene of what that was?
Yeah, it's probably fantastic looking parties and all sorts of theatre and music and everything life can offer every day for almost a century. The life they lived when they were a representative, right? And the lack of change they actually made.
And I guess just to follow that up with a question, what did Marble feel as though going through those things made it feel as though they had stagnated?
In the moment it was correct, right? It was what they were meant to do, it's what life is about, but as they slowly, towards the end, the last decade or so, they found that didn't quite offer exactly what they wanted. They wanted to be something before they even became a representative, or before they even left the den. They knew they could change the world, and slowly, over time, that was eroded away from them, and they found all they wanted to do was simply rot away in society with this classical sense of what you should do when you're rich, and that thought of thinking back on their past self, like so filled with hope, sort of put something new into them, and felt that they knew they'd been stagnating for a long time, and longer than any of the people around them currently in the tower had ever even lived. They had just been the same person.
It almost seems so clear in retrospect, so obvious when you think back on it now. You were a person who set out to really shake up the world, and once you got a couple of wins, that goal, you just seemed to give up on it. You look back at this earlier version of yourself who lived in this hollow moment of life, doing things that other people expected of them, and not really fulfilling the goals that you had set out for yourself. It's so obvious now, with retrospect, that you had stagnated. You had been unwilling to make a change in your life because it was comfortable, but it wasn't fulfilling. You wanted more out of life than that. And I'll turn my attention to Vanille, the same question to be asked of you. I want you to... You watch yourself through the eyes of a spectator, as this memory cast in shady hazes of grayscale, but you in full colour and full focus. And I want you to tell us, what do you see in this dream? What was a moment of stagnation for you?
So she would think back to her 22nd birthday. And this was a particularly big day because she'd finally decided that she was going to tell her parents that she was going to quit working at the shop, move from crockery, and start pursuing music seriously. And it took a lot of courage for her to get to that point, but she knew she had to do this. She wanted to move somewhere that was a bit busier, not so much because she wanted a bigger crowd, but because she wanted to live a little, to experience, so her art would improve. Because she had been finding that a lot of her songs were very samey. There wasn't really much to go off of here. And that morning she made her way downstairs, and just as she was about to tell her parents her plan, they instead told her that they'd got her a gift. The gift being they were deciding to step back a little bit from running the shop. They were getting on in age a little bit, and they wanted her to be running it full time. They thought this would make her happy, and she pretended it did, but she knew she was hitting a brick wall and she would be stuck.
The entrapment of a life that you didn't want to live stretched out way further beyond your parents in that moment. All you saw was an eternity of the same day in and out. And although they might have said, you'll make more money, they might have said, this is a great opportunity for you, you'll get to take some charge, get some authority on your own life. Although they might have said, this is a positive shake-up for you, this is a huge change for your life, it'll show you about responsibility, learn new skills, really get to be your own boss. In truth, it felt much like the opposite of any of that. It felt as though you were now about to be committed to a life of mundanity. And as you watch your expression in these moments with a feigned smile, this version of you who didn't want to say no, agreeable, friendly, sweet, doesn't want to let your parents down, you feel that vast ocean of emptiness sort of sweep over you once again. And you remember thinking in that moment that that was it. This was what you were committed to. That life would never change. You would never find the drive that you needed, the inspiration you needed, you would never follow your song through to its logical conclusion. And it is painful to look at, because you know that after that moment, it was still a good while before you finally mustered up the courage to do something about it. It was a scary change to look at, or rather, as much as it might have been a literal change, for you it represented something worse. Stagnation. And as each and every single one of you have a moment to, you fade off into this dream, all of you feeling these complicated feelings and emotions of a life that you have lived, a moment that is tinged with sadness, with mundanity, with hopelessness, with loss, with uncertainty, of lack of change. That moment is pulled away from you, and once again you find yourselves in a place familiar. As those feelings wash away, you return once more to the top of the tower, a new life that each of you have constituted and formed, and one that is still in the making. I'm going to move you guys to here. So, who's up first? And then I'll pass it to you guys to decide the order you guys want to do things in as you wake up in the morning.
I'll go first, yeah.
I say ordered as well, like, for what it's worth, Mo-K, because as you come to, it's almost as though no time has passed at all. You're still in the same scape that you had found yourself in. It's pleasant, it's comfortable, you're surrounded by greenery all around, it's lush, it's quite nice, it's quite a good place to wake up. A nice change from like your mornings underground and spectacle, yet it feels as though no time has passed and a lot of time has passed. And also everybody take a long rest and make sure you've completed your level up.
So you should be level 1 now.
You should be level 4 now. Like, I think I told you guys at the last session to do your level up. You get it now if you get me. But yeah, sorry. Mo-K, I'll pass it back to you, sorry.
Yay. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, he's finally going to live up to his namesake and wake anyone who is willing and happy to with a fresh cup of mocha, because no morning is complete without it.
Sure, so you start accruing your tools, begin brewing up some fresh coffee. But also, Mo-K, you would notice as well that where the taxman's stall once was, there is a small bag, almost looks like a gift box or a gift bag, like left here.
Oh, okay. I mean, ever curious, I'm going to retrieve that. I'm not going to open it up immediately. Is it particularly heavy or?
You can tell that it's like it's like, what's the word? It's covered with it's not wrapping paper, you know what I mean? It's like a cloth almost, like it's sort of wrapped up in like a sort of like soft cloth, with a sort of deep red color, and almost looks like a sort of like veins or something, like in a lighter color across it. It does look nice, it has a sort of pleasant appearance, and it says products for Marble. I'm pretty sure Marble don't want to make the purchase, yeah?
Yep.
Yep, I don't think anybody else bought it from the taxman.
I got the mulch last night, though, right? Am I correct about that?
Yes, I've added the mulch already to party inventory.
Oh, okay, right, I added it to my own, so I'll quickly pop it back in the party one. And I suppose I'll move the Arcadia too to the party.
While stealing.
Yep. It's mine!
They love stealing!
But they will have used the mulch last night. I believe I did text you in between sessions.
That's fine, But... you could have applied like 1 charge of the mulch, so mark up 1 charge of the mulch onto Apple's Arcadia.
Me and my mulch.
I know you won't reap the benefits until you have left it for essentially 1 floor of the tower. Like, so if you want, unless you take it with you, you can accrue it get one use of it just now, or if you want, you can like leave it until you complete the portal tower, and then you'll get a double harvest from it essentially.
Yeah, they will have used it. So we get a double next time, right?
Cool, that's fine. So just like whenever you return to the top of the tower, you'll get like a harvest use of it essentially with like double the outcome.
Yep. Sick.
But other than that, like no one else bought in from the taxman, right?
No.
No.
Cool. Nope. That's fine.
Oh,
So-
I bought a +5 short sword.
I don't think you did, Diva. I don't think you did.
I also got one.
What did you even
They're on
use a
sale.
+5 short sword for?
They're on sale.
Sorting. Sword
They're on
fights.
sale.
2 for 1 deal.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, you might
But
as
you get
well
one
use
free.
it. Like,
+5 short swords for everybody.
go for the simple weapons, right? No, I can't remember.
No, I
Yeah.
don't think so.
So, Mocha, you realize
Still
that it's like clearly like a small tray or something underneath. And if you pick it up, you hear like the gentle like clattering of glass against glass.
Okay. I suppose I'll take that over to where I had set up camp. And since Vanille had asked me to look over her and make sure no others approach her, for reasons I have yet to understand, it doesn't appear obvious to me. I'll sort of set the gift by my side and then similarly put the tray of my own produce, my own coffee down beside her. And I suppose he would go to wake her eventually if
I imagine
she
like
doesn't come to on her own.
the gentle clattering of like you putting the tray down and then like putting together coffee. Vanille, you would wake up to the smell of fresh coffee, like as you sort of quietly come to him.
Did you make this?
Why, yes, I did. I was thinking you might like a cup.
Oh, I'm more of a tea person.
Oh, well, I am not sure I have the time, but if you would like me to, I am sure I can whip something up for you.
No, it's fine. You'd probably do it wrong anyway.
I can assure you, I would not.
Well, okay then. And she'll reach into her bag. One of the few things she brought with her was bags of tea leaves. And she'll like hold out some of them to you.
Go on then.
All right. I will take the tea, and 1 second. I'm going to work my magic in a very literal sense. Yeah, I'm just gonna have a sit down for 10 minutes and begin cooking some tea, boiling some tea.
Nice.
And he's like looking very happy with it, you know. He's like, I'm not sure if he can whistle, but
You can probably
He's,
whistle,
like,
but it's
kinda,
like
like, bobbing up
emulated,
and
you
down.
know, like so that you're actually whistling instead. You're
Exactly.
making the sound of someone who's whistling.
yeah, whistle MP3.
Is it you making that sound? It's a little off key.
Oh, well, I don't know my keys very well, but I suppose you could join me if you like.
Join you in whistling?
Well, yes. Was that not what you were offering? I am sorry.
No, absolutely not. I would not disgrace music with such juvenile vocalization.
Mocha's like looking at you, but you can tell like he has no. He doesn't know what to think of that. You know? He's never thought so hard about whistling. So instead, he just kind of replies, "Well, I just thought it was kind of neat."
It is not.
Perhaps you would like to teach me some other time.
Teach you what, an instrument?
Well, I was hoping to start with whistling. It is rather difficult without lips.
Yes, I will think about it.
Very well. The tea will be ready soon. Also, it appears Master Marble has received a package.
Well, hopefully whatever it is can fix what is wrong with them.
I am not so certain. But these are the goods that he had purchased, I believe. Seeing as they were over there, where the merchant had been.
Oh, and you have picked them up?
Well, yes, it was just laying there on the ground. I thought it would be good to hold it securely, seeing as things sometimes get taken.
Perhaps you should go give it to them?
Well, certainly I will. But first, the tea.
Right,
Unless-
I'll bring it to them, whatever.
That is very nice of you. I will call you when the tea is ready.
Great, Okay.
And she'll like pick up the bag and cautiously make their way towards Marble.
You got this sort of cloth bag, and you can hear like it's just like 2 bottles or something rattling inside of it. And you approach Marble. Marble, you probably like you can't really tell if Marble's got their eyes open or closed. You can't tell if they're like awake or expecting your arrival or not. But let's say Marble, you're probably like still in a meditative posture and stance, the way that most fairies are whenever they take a rest. And I'll leave it up to you to decide if you can see her coming.
They'll probably see her coming, but they probably won't make a single move and just wait, stay like completely still as they approach.
Ahem. Excuse me? Are you alive?
How far are you standing?
Like a good like 10
serious
feet,
distance,
10
yeah.
feet at least.
Yeah, they'll sigh and
I was hoping to give you a bit of a fright, but I don't want you breaking my products. Just give it here.
But please do not do that. I would have to, who knows what I could do with my hands if you were to do such a thing. I am just going to sit this on the ground here, and you can come get it, because I am not coming close to you.
Seems you're already frightened.
No,
Go ahead.
I'm just smart.
Huh?
I don't trust you.
I doubt you trust anyone. Though I most time.
I trust people.
Indeed.
and they'll stand up and start walking towards you to grab the bag.
She's backing off, like at the same pace.
So, yeah, can I
Excellent.
skip up the bag, Marvel?
Hopefully this works.
What even is it?
Thirsty brew, of course, Vanille. What else is it?
Why would you want brew to make you thirsty?
It's the opposite. It doesn't make you thirsty.
Is she called quenching brew then? It's a stupid name.
I didn't fucking name it, did I?
We can feed this back to them.
So really, this is the taxman takes psychic damage. But sure, you could add 2 thirsty brews to your inventory, Marble.
Excellent.
Are you not going to drink?
I don't know if I drink it now or tonight.
I think you should do it now. You're rather
What?
horrifying to look at.
What mouth does he use?
Do they get a sense of what this will do to them? Because obviously I've read it as a player. Does Marble get the sense of what it will do to them?
Please read out the flavor text for a thirsty brew.
Yeah, right.
As you watch Marble, Marble kind of like opens up this bag and sort of like spins around.
And they're
this
probably noticeably more like attuned and like able to do it without like as much difficulty as last night. And, yeah, it's a pyramid-shaped bottle with noticeably sharp edges. The liquid in the bottle is a suspicious dark red liquid, but it almost looks as though glitter has been mixed into it. There is a pull cap on top, meaning that once it has been opened and unsealed, it has no means of closing again. There are vague instructions handwritten in handwritten scrawl on the back that imply it should be drank. And Marble will say, like,
If I feel the need, I'll have some later.
Don't you at least want to check it works? Don't want to get desperate, do you?
If it doesn't work, then things are getting worse either way.
See, you always do this. You're always so ominous.
they just stare blankly back at you.
Whatever, the robot is making me tea.
You need tea, do you?
It's very good for the vocal cords.
Of course.
You could use some. You sound a bit hoarse.
I choose to sound like this, Vanille.
Really?
You wouldn't get it.
She's like, usually she's very blank, but that gets her a little bit of gas, you know? She's got good taste.
You fronted her a little bit, but just a little bit.
We don't have to sit and train ourselves. No one helps. We just choose to be like that if I want to.
Oh, it is me. Am I wondering?
Exactly. Go have your little tea.
Imagine this exchange is like slightly loud enough that both Meryl and Dawn. Imagine
Oh yeah, neither
awakens you
of them
guys a little
have the
bit.
neither of them have the respect to like tone down.
Yeah, like Vanille's just like talking like especially like Marble's like gravelly voice. Yeah, you guys are still having like a slightly heated conversation in this space. So imagine Meryl and Dawn, you guys are at least somewhat awake, a little bit privy to this conversation.
Dawn does not look like she's awake, but Dawn can hear and see everything.
That's the Dawn thing. She can't see everything in this room, just everything.
No, I
Entire
am watching.
universe. Yeah,
Morning
Vanille will like
entertainment.
leave. She'll like back off, and then as soon as she like kind of turns, she like spots Dawn, and she'll jump again a little bit, but then she'll run back.
And what about you, Meryl?
Well then.
Mel will probably get up is tired of their conversation and will go over to see she smells the coffee that Mocha's brewing and will go over to check that out.
He's like, ooh.
It's time you all smell the coffee.
First, you can all smell the coffee. It's like the smell here is like ever so slightly floral, so it's a pretty stark change. Like that sort of bitter smell of coffee. It does permeate a little bit further than everything else. And are you guys all regrouping?
Marble will quickly check the Arcadia. Did it produce something today?
Yeah, so put it this way, either you can clip it just now and get like the effects of like, what do you call it? Like the one effect from it, if that makes sense. Or if you leave it just now, until you've completed the floor of the tower, you will get 2.
But if I clip it now and end the floor of the tower, I'll just get the 1.
No, what I'm saying is like, okay, think of it this way, right?
Yeah, so like right now it has 1, and then whether or not I clip it, it'll have 2 tomorrow, right?
No, tomorrow
Or
if
is
you
it-
leave it, you have to
okay,
leave
yeah.
it for like if you do it like
Right, okay, that's fine.
whenever you complete the floor of the tower, it will be completed and you can clip it then. And same thing again, after you complete the long rest, you can either clip it then and get the one effect, or you can use the mulch and then wait.
Okay.
Yeah, then you can wait a full day to complete another floor and then you get it again. And so yeah, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I guess they'll just step over. Convene.
Alright, so all back in one place. What do you guys want to do? Are you going to say anything?
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you
Morning,
feeling?
Marker.
Would you care for
Feeling-
some...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, well, I don't mean to be pushy, but would you care for some mocha? Or, well, some tea? Or perhaps a
Music to
crumpet?
my ears. I'd love some.
Marble get the sense of how they know how to drink this thing.
Yes. But see, you realize that like because you've been speaking for a good bit now, right? Where you seem to talk from is like this sort of like part of your head opens up. Again, it's like you've got a seam that runs all the way down the center of your body. And you're almost just ever so slightly stuck together. If you wanted to drink at all, you get pressure. It's probably better off going through your head hole.
And yeah, they need to just pour it into their head.
Yeah, like again, you're able to
They will
part
not
the
do
sort of
that.
center of
They
your
will
head,
not
like
do that, yeah.
you can absolutely part the center of your head, and it almost functions like a gap, like where you can absolutely pour liquid into.
And do you know what? I think they will do it just to make everyone else unsettled. They'll pick it up and just fully pour the entire thing into their like.
What one is it? The tea, the coffee,
Gotcha,
or
get
the
your
thirsty
funnel.
brew?
They'll take the tea.
Okay.
Just to be.
Ew.
Fascinating.
You're not even enjoying it. This is expensive, you know.
I enjoy the reaction. And I had to try some. This is a new experience.
Ugh.
Does it taste different now?
I don't think so. I don't know, I never drank much before. Especially not this quality.
Excuse me?
I will take that as a compliment.
Whatever you wish. I hope you're all ready. Again, move a little quickly.
Well, yes, I will make sure all my things are packed up. Though I suppose if there was anything left behind, we would be able to reclaim it.
Great, I don't have to carry all this stuff anymore.
True. So I'm happy to say you guys have got a good idea of how this works now. So if you want to leave any items here or set up like a campsite or a comfortable space, you can absolutely do that. And if you want, between sessions, I'll have a chat with everybody. If there's anything you want to leave on the tower top, because I will add it to the map because it's cute.
Oh.
I guess I'll leave this tent here.
So if you want, you can write up a list and I'll contact you between sessions of all the things you're sort of leaving or setting up in this space for when you guys return.
Okie dokie.
Very cool. Nothing for the moment, I think, but who knows?
And then are you guys proceeding down the stairs again?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have to before
Jump
Marvel
off.
kills us.
Jump off the tower.
Literally killing us, probably.
I've got my
all
thirsty
wonderful.
brews. I'm okay. I love the name Thirsty Brew. It's so fun.
I
That's the wrong one.
Isn't that like slightly terrifying though? What if the brew is thirsty after you and it drinks you? Yeah.
Magic item says
Maybe
what the magic item says. What the
maybe
hell?
some things are better not asking questions like that. So,
The room we go.
once again, you return to the sort of musty, dusty corridors of the oddly donut-shaped room that makes the concourse. I guess you guys just make your way back to the center of the room.
Yeah.
I wonder how Marble's hand is going to fit into it. Doesn't this have
I
like a
have a
hand?
feeling it will be completely different hand, like it was modified to be their hand.
Valid
An astute
question. though.
observation, because it seems to have shifted its form somewhat. To suit Marble's new hand. So I'm gonna put this to here. Let me crack open this. So if you guys approach the console, you're able to open up the window and you see that indeed there are 2 loose plates.
How do we feel about the blue?
I believe we agreed we were keeping the order the same, right? Or was that simply my fault?
Don't fix what is not broken.
I believe I have a recording of this exact conversation, and I believe it
record
happened
this?
so.
You're recording us?
No, I am just keeping a memory.
Ground floor it
Better not
is
give
then.
that to the press.
The press is right here.
Indeed.
So
Yes, I agree. Brown.
if brown it is, you just close it back over again. And you can see inside that the latches seem to sort of close over the options as they seem to await your further command.
Marble will go and put their hand in.
Yep.
I'll close the door as well.
Hand
It's not already closed.
Smart.
Meryl, M.O.C.H.A?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright,
We're sorry.
so
Put your
All
hand in.
aboard.
if you open your hands onto the sort of hand-shaped indentations of the console, a sort of spark of power seems to go through it, and all of you hear the grinding of something heavy and mechanical and metallic on the outside of this room. Almost as though some part of the tower itself is shifting form or shape outside of where you are. You get the impression that, as always, something on the outside has shifted. And I guess if you're done here, I'll move you back to this one.
Yep.
We all ready to go?
I am prepared.
I would say my voice is sufficiently rested.
Ready as I'll ever be.
Excellent.
I don't have my light source on. That's what's wrong.
Wonder what this floor is gonna be.
Hopefully less. What's the word? Interrogative than the last one, I guess.
I wouldn't hold your breath.
I mean, the last one was better than the first one.
I concur. I do hope we find more friendly people. Helpful, like Apple was.
I do
More
hope we find
curious as to
people.
what the people would actually be nice.
You do not intend to murder them, do you?
They just stare blankly at you.
Like,
People
Mocha
would
just like,
probably be very old.
If they're uncooperative.
Well, I should hope not.
I wonder what the rule is, mostly.
I would
Interesting.
rather keep the peace if possible.
You sound like a Bobby.
Step downstairs.
What?
That's the word you're familiar with. A Bobby is just what they call the cops in this universe.
Oh. Okay.
You
What's
sound
up?
like a vagina.
Excuse me?
Whoa.
Excuse me?
That was
the
Bobby,
hell?
isn't it? Never mind, never mind,
Well,
never
So it's the
that-
one with the slit down their body.
Look who's talking.
That
Yeah.
rather confusing note. Let's take a break. Though,
We're all gonna go to jail.
let me just make sure we're all set up for the break.
This week we're sponsored by.
all right.
Surfshark.
Oh god, don't say that. We're never
Don't say
gonna
their names. Don't say their names. They can
They'll
fill in
We
never
love
work
you,
with us.
Surfshark.
They're never gonna work with us.
We love you, Surfshark. I make websites all the time.
Well, we'll see you guys very briefly. We're going to take a 50-minute break, and we will be back just before 1:15. So we'll see you then. Everybody say bye. Bye.
Also, that's Squarespace.
See you next
Bye-bye.
Love Squarespace. Love Squarespace. Bye.
Bye bye.
Hey, hello. Hello. That's us back. After a brief break, are we all ready to get started?
Yeah.
Let's get cracking.
Great. So,
Let's find out the third rule.
let's find the third rule.
I love rules.
We don't talk about tower.
Love rules. That's the first rule. You don't talk about the tower. So, as you all make your way down the stairs, they eventually stop spiraling and begin to aim forwards. You find yourselves in a room, or rather at the stairs at the entrance to a room that you are very much familiar with. You spend a reasonable amount of time here, to say the least. Whether being zapped by spooky crystals, or by, your own meandering around. It's a room that you're somewhat familiar with at this point. In the centre of the room, it's a big, tall sort of spire with a plaque and a small little sitting area, almost, with stairs that lead down into the centre of it.
I believe I read it last time. I don't remember.
Alright, so I suppose I could have a look.
And your voice is all well rested and stuff.
Of course it is.
Alright then, Vanille. As you approach, you can see that there's a plaque in the same kind of vein as you've seen before. And this one looks like this.
Even a faultless system must adapt, learn, and reconsider. Oh, well, that's vague.
That is.
Much in the same vein as you have been through before, you hear the heavy sound of something falling behind you, as the stairs that once led up now lead down. But with Vanille bringing out the words, I would like everybody to take an opportunity to add a feature to their character sheet. If you haven't done this before, scroll to the very bottom of features and traits and go to manage feats. And then in the homebrew section, you are looking for Tempus, the third rule. And
I
then
don't
whoever,
spell that.
just look for T. It's alphabetized. TEM is where you'll find it.
I thought you said Pimpus with a P.
Well, what the hell, sure.
Nobody said that.
We said Hampus.
Oh my.
So,
Ooh, that's
if
nice.
any of you would like to read it out for our lovely audience, I'm sure that'd be nice. And what the third rule is.
On you go, Vanille.
I knew you were going to say that. Hold on, I'm just adding it.
Yeah, just do yourself.
Well, when you would fail... Oh, sorry, should I read it all out?
Yeah, read it all out. You don't have to do it in character. Just read it out so the audience can see.
The third rule that has been cast. Lack of structure can cause more anarchy than needed, and sometimes all it requires is a second chance to make things right. When you would fail an ability check or a saving throw, whilst your journey into the tower is ongoing, you may use a reaction to expend this ability and re-roll the dice. This ability can be used once per floor in the tower. And then it says the rule underneath it.
All of you?
In like the really aggressive text.
Even a faultless... No, I won't do it.
So I can't go ahead.
So, as you feel this, like you read this out, all of you feel as though something about your nature has ever so slightly shifted. All of a sudden you feel attuned to your ability to, you understand mistakes that you have made in the past and mistakes that you'll probably make in the future, and you realise that if you think about it hard, you might get the chance to redo a do-over of a mistake. And obviously that manifests in the form of you can reroll an ability check or saving throw once per floor as a reaction. So, with the third rule now cast, and the stairs behind you, able to be a place you can move through, what do you guys want to do?
A system, huh? You don't suppose this floor has something technology related?
As she like slowly turns to Dawn.
Maybe it's orange for rust.
A system could be anything, right? A government is a system.
Indeed, organizations. A band could be called a system. It's vague, but it does imply mechanical nature.
Oh, great.
Well then, no time to waste. Though I always feel there's something about this room we're missing.
I mean, the glowing orb in the sky that nearly killed Meryl does seem out of place.
Matches the color.
The lightning about it has changed as well, right? It has like
Yes.
a different sort of.
And every floor you've been to, it seems to match the colour of the floor you're currently on. This time it has a sort of slightly browny, kind of orangey coloured light, giving the entire room a same kind of tone as it sort of glows from its pillar. And you guys go down?
It's...
Sorry.
We'll head down.
Yes.
No time like the present.
So nice of you to always go first.
So, give me a moment. You all begin to descend down the set of stairs, and in a rather unusual way, unlike what you'd seen before, where it was always open at the bottom. The first time you went down, you saw the sands and the sort of loose little pink crystals that sort of danced around the bottom of the stairs. On the second floor, you could already smell that sort of pungent aroma of flowers and like dirt and leaves and grass. But in an odd shift, at the bottom of these stairs, you see a rather sturdy set of double doors. They look maybe like wood. They're definitely sort of a well-made, well-crafted, very nicely engineered, to say the least, with very ergonomically friendly handles, with a sort of a golden hue to them. And the door itself, the wood has like an interlinking like filigree of like a gold texture passing through it. Who's going to open it first?
I guess Marble is still just set to go, and feels quite a bit stronger than they did before, so we'll try and like throw open the door.
It's fine. You throw open the door and begin to make your way through. Oh, give me a minute, I need to add in one of these so the audience can see.
Wow.
Whoa.
Click, a tick, a grinding, a rhythm, a click, a tick, a grinding, a rhythm, and then it resets once more. The sounds of something mechanical and exponential, a rhythmic twang that finds that as you descend down the steps, you almost find yourself hypnotized into following its structure and its beat, and it's almost hard to shake yourself out of. Formal, yet equally just as punctual, you see the set of double doors, and as you pass through them, you hear that ever-constant thrum beyond, just through this threshold that only grows in intensity. The light that streaks between the frame, like, sort of falters out as you open it. And away you open it up. Now, to call what awaits inside the door mundane and ordinary, it has a degree of earnest, because what you see before you is a plain wooden floor, though varnished to excellence, as though it's not seen a single scrape of a foot dragged along its surfaces, heightens this experience immediately. Met in its grandeur by a slightly bronze-tinned metal walls, the complex interweaving pattern of wood and metal. Yet only several feet away, something spectacular resides. A large, tooth-wheeled cog spins on a platform, following the same pattern and rhythm as the rest of its environment. Upon it sits a series of interlocking discs and wheels that, whilst they seem too complex to comprehend, yet still follow the same beat. At the centre, an unwieldy-looking magical force swirls and spins like the surface of disturbed water, And just beyond, a platform appears to peer over the edge, going downwards. A door built in the same structure as the one you'd entered through sits idly to the side, and just beyond the oddity of this structure that you can see is a small table down here with something set upon it. Yet the most startling and stark part of the environment that you all seem to notice, it seems to be a glow of light that comes from overhead, somewhere above where this platform seems to end, above where the roof is, under which you're standing. And every now and again, this warm coloured light and glow quietly fades into a darkness, leaving the whole room almost like under the cover of night, as this cover of shadow fades once again every now and again back into a warm glow of light, and it reconstitutes itself before starting over. And I'll pass it to you.
Though I disagree with human sensibilities about a lot of things, works like this are impressive. Though I know of nothing like it in the real world.
How do you assume this is to do with human work?
It certainly has their flair to it, but it likely wasn't them.
Whatever it is, it's absolutely fascinating. Where did it all go?
It is something.
Meryl takes a camera and snaps a picture.
You, just as the darkness comes back through again, you snatch like off this light, this glimmer from your camera, and take a photo of this big force, this big wheel thing that's spinning in the center of the room. You get a nice, from what you can tell, it looks to be a pretty nice photo of it. You can even hear the sounds of like the thing in the background, like the sounds of the environment around it. It sort of complement the click of your camera. But as all of you are standing there, something else pierces through the air, followed by, like, just shorted by the sound of your camera.
I think you should get that.
No, you.
Oh,
No,
I don't think I could handle
where's it
it.
coming from?
for most of you, the sound of something like this is completely unknown. Completely something you've never seen or heard of. Though specifically for Vanille and Marble, you see a device sitting on this table, and it has a somewhat familiar design. At least in its form and shape it makes sense to you. Though it's not quite the way that you would perceive it. All of us, we know that that's a phone. The people in this world, that's a very, very newfangled technology. A very fancy, never been seen before, and is not even like fully finished. Only the most prestigious and like well-meaning members of society have access to something like this. It's fancy.
Yeah, she'll like go up to it, and she's not really used one before, but she'll try and figure it out.
That's fine.
Show you.
Marvel will start like
What is
pointing at
that?
things.
Okay.
It's
Is it making that sound?
It's a long-range communication device, Meryl.
I see. Like a letter?
And I just talk into it, or I put it to my
you
ear.
lift it to your ear normally.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So,
It's
Vanille,
like an instrument.
if you pick up the phone, and sort of like hold it to your ear, you tell immediately it clearly has a place for your ear to go and a place for your mouth to speak into. And you hear a message be relayed to you.
Unfortunately, due to short-staffing issues, nobody is available to welcome you to the system of exigency. Please proceed down the stairs through the doorway and in a straight line through to the room at the end. We apologize for the inconvenience. Thank you.
And then a click, and then you hear the sort of low rumble of a dial tone.
Right, think that was an instruction.
What did it say?
We've to go down the stairs. I assume it's those ones there.
So,
Indeed.
They
I assume
they
it's this
said
door.
someone was not available, or something.
so M.O.C.H.A and Dawn,
If that's gone.
because you guys are standing at the edge of this balcony, you look down, and this room is huge. There is easily, as you peer over the edge, maybe 60 feet down, 70 feet down. It's hard to say for sure. It is one hell of a drop though, like off the sides. You see these giant mechanical whirring instruments. They seem to be interwoven into the environment itself. You even spot there's a set of stairs that go from this door over here and sort of swing around the platform, like swiveling around and going down. It looks like it interweaves itself like to and fro from the back and the front of this place, like up to the edge. But more notably though, is if you look up at where this darkness is seemingly coming from, the two of you would spot way up above, easily again, maybe 100 feet, 200 feet. It's hard to say for sure, it's just ways off. This room continues, almost like a big cylinder stretching way far up. And up at the top, you see a glass ceiling, and above it is the sky. Though it doesn't seem to be moving normally. Clouds pass at an inordinate speed, going from day to night very quickly. The light of the sun you watch sort of like goes over, like crosses the horizon, moves into night. You watch the moon cross the threshold in the same vein, and so on and so forth, as though time is moving by very quickly.
Okay.
And I picked up the thing. Someone else should go first.
It looks like how to get down is over here.
Oh, thank you for volunteering.
I mean,
Also, I do not mean to alarm you, but time appears to be passing rather rapidly here.
Huh?
Yes. And do we even know if that's time? It's a mechanical construct. They can time it however they want.
Well, but as the sky above appears, the day and night cycle appears to be accelerated. Unless that is part of the machinery too.
For all we know, it is. We haven't seen a day-night cycle here before. But yes, it does seem odd that it passes so rapidly. Perhaps some kind of astronomy laboratory or something.
Perhaps.
As everyone else goes through the door, Meryl will linger at their phone for a minute and like pick it up and like try and listen into it.
You pick up and have a listen into it. You can hear like the crackly sound of like the dial tone on the other end. But roll me a technology check.
Oh, thank God I'm not incompetent.
Yeah, of course it's not.
than you.
No animals.
Try
I'm not bitter
hard,
about
try
this call,
hard.
Connor.
Right, okay. So, you've never quite seen a phone before, especially not a telephone like this. But that being said, you're at least somewhat familiar with the concept of what's going on here. It's all a range communicator. Something that like radio exists. They've just not quite mastered the use of telephone. You get the impression that like it looks almost as though you could like dial numbers in, but as you look at the numbers on the dial, they don't correspond to numbers that you have seen before. Rather, they're all very bizarre shapes. They're in the same position as like on a rotary phone, so you could probably guess like, all right, okay, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3. And you take a bit of time like memorizing what these symbols look like to sort of signify each of the numbers. But one of the things that you do quite, you do realize is that this one isn't actually connected to anything. there's no wires, there's no like there's nothing it seems to be attached to except for the table itself. If you try to move it from the table, it doesn't budge in the slightest. But you get the impression this phone is likely connected to something nearby, or at the very least, with no wires or anything like that. It means that whatever range this thing has, it's probably local. Whether that means local in the sense of can be used just on this floor, or local in the sense of just close enough nearby. You get the impression it's not the kind of thing you could just use to like call up your like your mum or something like that.
I'll just try and dial in a number, like just put 1 in or something, just to give it a shot, see if anything
There can't be
happens.
that many phone numbers.
Okay,
What's the number
Yeah.
for the emergency services on the shard?
we don't have telephones, so there isn't one.
Yeah, folks.
Okay, so you input what is clearly 1. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you sort of wait, and you do hear it like ringing as though it's trying to connect to something. Yeah. Okay.
Hello?
It does seem to try. It almost seems to connect to something, and then all of a sudden you hear like a very, very crackly static. It's ominous initially, and then you hear it. What sounds like someone like it sounds like someone's breathing.
Hello? Hello? Meryl here?
You hear the breathing kind of intensify, like someone is breathing harder, and then you hear almost what it sounds like not necessarily a scream, but almost like a I'm trying to think of the word for it, like a whelp, like someone lets out like a startled cry almost, and then you hear a thud, and it seems as though it has disconnected. Like you hear the dial tone go stale again.
Oh my god. It's like slowly puts it down and kind of backs away from that and pretends she never did anything with the phone. And joins the others.
Meryl, I heard you talking. Is there someone out there?
Oh, I just tried the old long-range communicator again.
Any luck?
No, it's no, nothing on there. No.
Oh, shame.
What phone number did you put in?
Just the first one.
That's fine. Okay.
What is this thing in the middle here?
So if you look at the sort of device that's in the center of this room, Dawn, roll me a technology check.
Yippee!
Why do you all take joy in my suffering?
You would have done
I'm
the
not
same.
confident.
Second. Is this a bizarre artifact?
I'd say it's bizarre to you. Right, okay. What I'm going to do is, because for the way that your feature works, right, is that you get to take a guess at what it could be, and then I get to tell you like how close or far away you are. So I'll give you this, right? Whatever this thing is, it's almost like to call it a screen is maybe disingenuous, but it's almost like a thing that you look down into, with a whole series of these concentric rings that go around it. And all the rings seem to be moving really fast in different directions, going in different motions. And the screen itself, although it's whizzing by relatively quickly, it seems to go through like different colors very fast. All of them are either like shades of like yellow or like off-white, kind of like creamy beige kind of colors, and then the other ones are all dark blue, dark purple, like dark blue, dark purple, those kind of colors.
Is this a form of clock?
Form of what?
Like a clock of some sort? Like, is that what you mean?
Is that what you're supposing it could be?
Yeah?
Alright, roll me. It's 1000 advantage then, right? That's how it works.
Yeah. How do I roll with advantage again?
Hold in shift.
Nice.
Oh, look at that. Consistency is key.
I mean, it adds up to 20.
I don't know why it's giving you a +1 because it should be a -2.
Plus her intelligence.
I had a +2.
You still get,
okay,
you still get your
yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
I'm taking the -2 on it.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so with the 10, I'm gonna. You don't know exactly to what extent it is, but it does look like it's monitoring some form of time, some form of clock. You don't feel like you're far off from it. Like, this is definitely some kind of clock. To what extent, what kind of clock it is, or how it works, or what exactly its timing, you're not sure, but I think you're quite certain that this is definitely some kind of monitor of time or some kind of clock. That's not an unfair assessment to make.
Okay. Does the changing colours kind of match up with the changing colours in the sky?
If you sort of, if Marble opens up the door and you sort of keep an eye on it, it does look as though it does.
Okay.
I'll even give you as well, Dawn. There seems to be like a counter of some kind, but it's like a series of symbols that change like incredibly quickly, and you don't really recognize any of them. Like, they move so fast.
Okay.
Are we done with the thing?
It looks like it's keeping track of the cycle or something, I think.
Just look up. Humans are strange.
True.
Again. You don't know this.
I mean, it's like a mecha made this or something.
It'd be much worse, you're right.
That's the reason.
As we agreed, I don't think human made this, so...
From what it's worth, Dawn, it definitely doesn't look to be of human construction. It seems a little bit too complicated. There's parts of the machinery that you don't recognise. Everybody who has a glance at it as well, that you also don't recognise. It seems to be using its own structure, its own system, and it doesn't seem to be based much in the way that humans build things.
Too complicated for humans, got it.
Yeah, it's a bit too complicated for humans. As a
Get
fair
Power
assessment to
Race's
make.
point.
Wasn't in character.
That was a
It's
character.
a damn it.
That wasn't something
fact.
Dawn said, that was something Kelly
That's
said.
an objective.
Yeah, Callie
It's
gets
an
one.
objective, you know.
It's a fact from the DM.
That was just an observation.
So you guys can see as you sort of wander into this space, there's like a sort of desk of some kind here. It looks as though it should be manned. Like, you see there's a whole bunch of artifacts and objects that are sort of laid upon it. Another one being like a phone similar to what you encountered upstairs. But there's nobody here. Nobody seems to be on it or working on it or manning the system. All of the gears in this environment, again, this whole place is very active. You can hear the sounds of mechanical ticking and whirring away. It seems as though this room clearly serves some kind of purpose that is greater than what you guys currently understand.
This is... odd. Meryl, you want to take a look at these things?
Yeah, of course. I'll have a look.
Sure. So, on the desk, Meryl, there's a couple of like books and scrolls maybe that are all kind of like sealed and closed over. There's almost like to call it a directory is maybe what it is, like a book that all of this is written in a language you don't understand. It has a whole bunch of these very bizarre looking shapes and symbols, and are clearly sort of like written out, like labeling things. As well as that, there are like a series of different clocks that are sort of like loosely and sparsely like settled on the desk that all also seem to be monitoring something or other.
I want to open them scrolls.
Sure, if you begin to unfurl it, again, it's all of it is in like a language and you don't understand, but it almost seems to be like a notary of like, it looks like names.
Well, we'll like take a photo of the unfold scroll at least. Try and get as much in the picture as she can.
Sure, you sort of like take a step back and like take a photo of the scroll. You notice there is like a sort of ink pot next to it. And to call what's next to a pen is a bit bizarre, but sure, I guess it is. It's sort of like a nib kind of shape. But it is very it looks to be made out of like a metal or a material you don't quite recognize. The whole thing is quite heavy and quite solid, but it's definitely like a pen of some kind. The ink as well isn't black. It's actually like a deep kind of orange color. And all the words on this page, they're all also scrolled in like this orange. And something as well that I think you would notice is there's a lot of chalk, like a whole bunch of sticks of chalk, all very neatly lined up. You notice everyone on these desks are very evenly spaced, parallel, organized, all the same shape. If there's any height or weight to things, they either go in ascending or descending order. Like there's clearly an organization that's been kept here. But again, it looks as though someone should be here, but yet no one is.
Meryl is going to pocket the ink pot and pen. You're coming home with me?
Are you sure you should be taking things?
It's just some ink.
Take a note of that.
Stationery.
There is something about that. I'll take a note of that and I will talk to you about it later.
Don't you have enough ink?
Vanille, you can never have enough ink.
Right.
I was about to say as well, by the way, Meryl, the chalk is the same color as the ink. Like it's like orange chalk.
Okay. She has no interest in chalk.
That's fine.
Did you say there was another phone here?
Yeah, similar to the one up at the top of the structure you just climbed down.
Dawn, take the phone and try and figure out how to use it.
Sure, so you pick up the receiver, and you hear like the low tone of a dial tone on the other end. You've never seen a device like this before. This is like a little bit beyond you.
He presses 1.
You don't know what 1 is. There's just a ring of numbers with all these like a ring of shapes rather, and a sort of circular motion.
Oh, it's an old rotor's one, right? She gives it a random spin just to see what happens.
Sure, you just essentially you input 1 number, and you sort of listen in. You realise this one doesn't connect at all. But rather than actually roll me technology with disadvantage, Dawn.
Got a competent eye at disadvantage. Useless.
The phone explodes. Everyone dies.
Disadvantage, Dawn.
You
Disadvantage.
actually need to roll it again.
Please be the
Oh
number.
no!
That's close to greatness, chat.
But it means that disadvantage doesn't count. Everyone knows that.
Yeah,
Well, no.
actually.
I think that's the whole point of
Do you know what?
disadvantage.
I'm gonna ask this just once. If you have an inspiration, I'll let you spend it to take that 20. Or if anybody wants to spend an inspiration to take that 20, I will let Dawn have it.
I'm inspired over here, so I was...
I've got one, and I'll forget otherwise.
Okay,
Use
great,
it after
sure.
this session, 'cause you got it last session.
Yeah, so you had to use this session. That's fine. So you give it to if you give it to Dawn,
Yeah.
I will give Dawn the 20. All right, Dawn.
Yay!
Don't get used to this. I'm not that nice. Dawn, you do not know how this device works, but you're able to figure out something. It sounds almost like, and this is going to sound like a lot of information, but it's as much as you're going to get. Which is, it sounds almost as though the digit or the thing that you inputted is a place it should connect to, but it's almost like a you know when you try to phone someone who's like on the phone. It's almost like that, but it sounds more like an error message, as though like it's struggling to connect to the thing it should be able to connect to. Like it's not able to like breach that connection properly. As though something has failed, or rather that the phone on the other side has been broken or is unavailable, but it's trying to connect to it regardless. You get the impression that it's reaching out to another long-range communication device, is that the word that we're using for it? But something is wrong with the other long-range communication device on the other side.
Huh. Doesn't seem like it wants to connect. I don't want to communicate across long distances anyway, I guess.
Right. Sure. typing in just one number it doesn't help.
Yeah, don't worry, Dan. You know, there's probably no one on the end of those anyway.
Well, the person on the other phone was suggesting we head down to this office. Does this mean?
Yes.
Well, I thought this was the door, but are we supposed to go further, do you think? Or are we supposed
they meant
to...
these doors. You can see.
What are we going to do? Stand here?
Well, it feels like we ought to have an appointment.
Have you ever made an appointment with Spectacle? They
Well-
open the doors.
Yes,
Well-
actually. But
Weren't you only
People-
in Spectacle for like a day?
So,
And I
if
can
you,
tell there's not reason to make appointments.
if you all proceed through the door, you find yourself in another corridor. And it'll take a minute to load.
Oh wow.
It's really
How the
pretty.
fuck did you make all this?
Am I meant to be blind?
You're
The witch trap,
crazy.
burn the witch.
It will take a minute for it to load that.
I
So
can move my
mine's slow
character and
dead
everything.
because I'm
Uh,
really good.
so
Oh, it's black. It's a roulette.
So this is actually a light in the floor, and it sort of glows outwards, giving like a sort of like light to the area around it. It is very nice to look at. You can also see that there is a door to the far left, and a door to the far right of the room, and also another door that is straight ahead.
Might need to give me vision.
Oh wait, have you just got darkness?
Yeah, I've got darkness. I can't even see the other people.
You do have eyes, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Bizarre.
I was
Okay,
like, actually, wait, you can't see anymore.
I'm gonna just do this, right? So this will no one else will be see for a second, and if I do this, can you see now, Larkin?
Yep, cool.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Oh,
It's old
when you give
Marvel,
birth to us.
He's back to normal, guys. He's okay.
Do you have to say,
You know-
They're okay.
Yeah. Oh my god,
Perfect.
that is that easy.
Can you set your token correctly for me, please, Larkin?
Yeah.
Oh no, biblically accurate.
Oh no,
marble
he
is back.
changed back.
Oh,
Oh, easy come, easy go.
But yeah, so you can see the corridor stretches far out to the left, far out to the right, and straight ahead.
there is a few doors. Should we maybe split up?
I could go with you, Vanille, if you prefer.
I was hoping you would not say that, but that's fine.
No, I'd rather go the other way.
Good.
Is there any kind of, I don't know, signage to?
I'm
Tell us
glad
where-
you asked. If you approach the door on the right or the left, there is. I'm going to click on these and make these available to you guys.
Points of interest.
Oh, wow.
Boys.
ooh.
Mr. DM, I can't read this. Please translate.
So the one on the
Oh, is it cipher time?
what the south one looks like that. Like I'm just showing the audience right now. South one looks like that. And the one on the right looks like this. It does look as though the one on the left-hand side, there's none on the door on the left-hand side. The one on the left-hand side is a little bit different to the rest of them. Who's approaching what side, by the way, just so I'm following you guys?
I'm going
I'll go
right.
with marble.
Oh, okay. Okay, guys. No, it's fine, guys. I'm not upset.
In that case, I'll go down the middle.
Sure thing. Right, let's go like northeast southwest, right? So let's begin with M.O.C.H.A and Vanille. Also, purely this is an issue with my computer, folks. I know that like for the audience that audio isn't working correctly just now. Like the music is chugging. We're gonna have to just deal, I'm afraid. Because my computer is garbage and I'm running a lot of things on it right now. Okay, so
I can't see.
Sing along to fill in the gaps.
yeah, so
Yeah, I
M.O.C.H.A
think it's
I
fine,
love
to be
this music.
Great. So
Don't
petty.
rub it in.
Okay, so M.O.C.H.A and Vanille. You guys approach this door. there is a sort of like glowing panel that floats like just off in front of it, with a series of bizarre symbols you do not recognize in a language that's completely unknown to you.
Can you read this? It looks machine-y.
I am sorry, but I seem to be unable to decipher this.
That's not surprising. Go ahead, open the door, please.
Certainly. And I'll just put my hand on the handle and try to open it.
Sure, on you go. What happens when you open it?
Oh god.
So,
there is a person there.
Inside,
well, there's something there.
Inside, you hear the sounds of. I forgot to move the audience. Let me move the audience with you. So inside, you hear the mechanical sounds of whirring and gears. In addition to that, some kind of like lightning sparks off a device in the center of the room, and a whole bunch of gears twist and turn. A big device sits at the far end of the room, and there is this very, very tall figure that stands inside. With these big, massive sort of shoulders, like almost like the puffs of a shirt, and a sort of tall collar with a sort of hourglass shape set in the middle. It's a vaguely feminine form, but also quite boxy in its shape, and it holds onto a lever. But instead of a head, bizarrely, floating where its head would be, is what looks to be almost like a jigsaw piece. And if you look a bit closer, it looks to be an ear, like the symbol of an ear.
What is that?
I am uncertain. Should we gather the rest of the group and make formal introductions?
No, we're capable. Well, I am. But go first, maybe?
Well, do I get the impression that this entity has clocked me already?
You're unsure. They stand relatively stationary. Their hand is on a lever, and like they stand like completely stationary. They have a sort of ebb and flow as they sort of float ever so slightly off the ground. If they don't seem to like say anything or do anything to necessarily acknowledge it. The jigsaw piece does like slightly twist towards you as you come in, but it seems to like turn back and focus its attention to like the lever.
Okay. I'll sort of enter the room, very aware of my conductive hull. Try to stand clear of the machinery and the lightning at the center. But I'll sort of give a polite wave to try and get their attention again. And just say what I usually say. Just, hello, I am M.O.C.H.A.
It doesn't seem to acknowledge you. Actually, no wait, if you say hello, I'm M.O.C.H.A, it does give you like a very brief wave, but it doesn't really move anything other than that.
I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance. I am sorry to be interrupting your important work, but me and my comrades are quite lost. You wouldn't be able to offer some guidance or a direction, perhaps?
As you say that, the figure sort of like seems to like put their hand behind their back for a second and reach something out. So like, with one hand they're still holding onto this lever, they do not let go of the lever. With their other hand, they sort of elegantly swish their hand, and you realise they've got a piece of orange chalk in their hand, and they begin to like draw almost in midair. And as they do so, like the shape of a form begins to like take space where they're drawing. It almost seems to animate slightly as they're drawing. And you watch that it's almost like, see the room you guys had just came from? You see like almost like a very, very crude but very, very precise drawing of like the room shapes. of this room that you guys are in, the room you were just in, like the hallway with the X kind of shape, like the sort of the crossroads of the room that you were just in, and like the room that's ahead, like the room that would have been straight ahead. And you watch as they draw with the line with the chalk, like a straight arrow going from this room down south towards like the room that would be straight ahead. And there's another big circular kind of shaped room. And they draw a line all the way through that, and at the bottom there's a sort of slightly more like boxy kind of like rectangular shaped room, and they just draw a circle. And then like they flick the chalk again and put it almost like back into their what do you call it? The cup of their shirt, and like just return to their posture, holding onto the lever.
Okay, so kind of like this then. Just onward, as it were.
Yeah.
All right. M.O.C.H.A will offer like a little bow almost. Why, thank you ever so much. This has been very helpful. I suppose we will no longer disturb you. And he'll kind of like turn around and like look at Vanille and you know, sort of see if she wants to have a word with this person as well, or whether she's turning to leave.
Yeah, what's your been?
She's not. Yeah, she's not like super into like trying to communicate with this thing. She's more kind of like looking around the room. Is there anything like say familiar in here?
Roll an Arcana check.
Okay. That's a +4. How bad could it be? Yeah.
Arcana.
Not bad.
Mildly,
Not
yeah.
bad.
This place
Could be not
is
bad, actually.
so completely foreign to you. A lot of the mechanicals in here, you initially think, oh, it's just clockwork, right? And then you realise that it's not as straightforward as that. You're not even sure what this entity is doing. Like, it's almost like as though they are waiting for something. Like, what exactly they're waiting for, you are unsure. The device behind them looks very, very fancy. It's huge. It's almost got like a big clock face, like a chamber on it, but you've got no idea what any of this does. It all looks incredibly foreign to you, and you've been around some pretty complicated machinery, whereas the scale of this place, everything that's happening here, it's bizarre. It's a bit too much for you.
Right. I don't think there's much else to see here.
All of this machinery is quite intricate. Perhaps Dawn can make sense of it when we get the time.
I don't know, she seems a little bit out of sorts. Even for her.
Well, that may be true. Alas, I have no experience with such things as these.
So I'm going to pause you.
Let's go tell the others.
Yeah, I'm going to pause you guys there, and let's do West first. So, Marble and Meryl, the two of you, on the other hand, scoop all the way to the other side, where there's another door. This door is not labelled.
Oh, you mean the left side?
Yeah, sorry, gate directions, my bad. To the left side.
I guess I'll.
What do we see on the other side? As we open it?
So you notice in the center of this set of double doors is like a small indentation. You get the impression that it looks as though it... Actually, roll an investigation. Why am I giving you shit for
Meryl,
free?
do that.
Yeah, I
you
will
roll
do
investigation.
that.
Okay, pretty good, Meryl. You get the indication that as you look at this door, it almost looks like a keyhole. Calling it a keyhole is maybe not exactly the word because it looks a little bit more complicated than that, but it looks as though this door requires some kind of mechanism to open. There's also no label on this door, and unlike you only get a fleeting glance because you've not looked at the other doors. The other doors in this corridor look to be like a set of like wooden double doors, whereas these are golden, like completely golden with a sort of metallic sheen of chrome sort of washed over the front of them.
Oh. Is that... How big is the keyhole?
It's quite small. At least it's not even really a keyhole. Like if you look into it, you notice it doesn't actually go all the way through. Like as if like you could peer into the next room.
Yeah.
It almost looks like it needs like like it says, a key is an arbitrary word. It's more like it needs a mechanism that goes into it that would then open it in some way.
Is there a gap at the top or bottom of the door?
No, it's quite solid. I know what you're thinking about doing.
Okay.
But you get the impression that if you wanted to do that, you'd have to get the door open just a little bit first, and it looks quite sturdy.
Yeah. Well, she'll turn to Marble and say, well, I do have a way of getting through this door if we really need to, but maybe we should come back and see where the other doors lead first.
No, yeah, that our one locked.
That's true.
Embarrassing.
Okay then.
What'd you say? Should I try and go through?
If you can, I mean. It might be good.
Okay. I would like to use my. I'd like to use my organeering phasing gland.
Ooh, I forgot you have that. That's so fun. Okay. Let me. Could you put it up on the table for me, actually?
Yeah.
Love organeering.
Okay.
Siren W.
Gotta say, the Siren know how to bioengineer some crazy technology. So Meryl pulls out this almost like it looks like a rock, but instead of having like the texture of rock, like it looks, and by all means it looks like a rock, but as she holds it, it looks kind of wobbly and a little bit fleshy and a little bit damp. And occasionally it seems to sort of like wobble in her hand like jelly, sort of vaguely going transparent or phasing away and then returning back. And you watch as Meryl's just like gulp. She just like puts the thing into her mouth and like swallows it like whole.
Grape flavor.
Tasty. Alright, so for 1 minute, you can move through walls, Meryl.
Yeah. She's gonna step through this door.
Okay. What I want you to do is roll an investigation as you're doing this.
Oh, okay.
There's actually some stuff you can get here. Okay. A couple of things. First of all, as you pass through, you can tell that this set of double doors has something in between it. Because you can kind of pass through it a little bit. It looks almost as though someone has like not welded the door shut, but it looks like someone has put something sticky in between the doors. And you get the impression that like that hole that you saw should go all the way through, kind of like a keyhole. But the block that you were seeing is actually not part of the door. It almost looks as though someone has stuck something to it, but you can only get a quick glance of it as you sort of pass through. But it's definitely something sort of like sticky, something is sort of holding these doors closed. You get a still impression though with your 19, it does still need a mechanism to open, but even if the mechanism opened, the doors wouldn't open properly. But in addition to that, as you step in through the door, you realise this is kind of something similar, something vaguely familiar to a place that you've been before, because it almost looks like an elevator. The room is made entirely out of glass, and all you see is like reflections of yourself, almost like the glass on the outside of the elevator is glass everywhere around it. So all you're seeing is almost like refraction of light coming from all directions. It is quite beautiful, honestly. And there's a panel that's sort of next to the door that has a series of what do you call it? Like a series of bizarre letterings, which, because you rolled so well and because you already taken note of it, you know those are probably numbers because you saw those same numbers on the door, on the phone that you picked up earlier. So all of the numbers only go from like clearly like maybe 0 to 9. They're also not arranged vertically; they're arranged like horizontally.
Right. Is there anything in there that's like would maybe be a door opening button or some such thing?
It doesn't seem so. It seems like the only thing that's in here that's really interactable is the actual panel that would move you to another floor. It looks like.
Okay. while she's in there, can she like poke her head through the walls of like this elevator thing and see what's like beyond it?
Sure.
If anything.
You will take 2d10 damage, but I'm willing to let you do it if you want. Yeah, because you've been doing that to edge your turn, like inside of solid terrain. So you can either go out or you can choose one or the other. You can either step out or like stay where you are.
Okay, I'm gonna stay where I am. I'm gonna press like the number 2 button.
Sure. Okay. Suddenly you are wrenched away from like the thing. You realize that this, like, if you just press the number 2 button and then like wait for a second or so, suddenly this elevator, if that's what you want to call it, is pulled very aggressively out. You're not quite thrown. You expect like with the velocity that it's moved at for you to be sort of like pulled or pushed like against the wall, but not quite. You sort of pull away from this wall, and then all of a sudden you realize that like as you're looking around it, like because it's a glass thing, right? You're in like a glass room, like a glass box. As you pull out, you realize that something has yanked you out. In the center of like where this is pulled from, you see this very, very tall, like cylindrical shaped creature with a big boxy head that is constantly like, there's got hundreds of arms, it looks like, and all of these arms are in the same vein as what you're inside of just now, collecting these boxes and moving them from place to place. Think about someone in a mailroom organizing mail. It's almost like that, but you're the envelope. This entity sort of pulls you, like it seems to like exchange hands, and like seems to be ready to plug you into somewhere else.
Oh, so it's just waiting for me.
No, it's almost like it moves you to like where number like floor 2 would be. But suddenly,
okay, so it has moved me now.
It has moved you, but suddenly you feel this terrible vibration. Almost like the rattling of something, the feeling of something intense happening. All of you feel it too. Suddenly, the vaguest sound of an explosion goes off, if that's even what you want to call it. Meryl, you don't get the pressure's getting to do with you. Suddenly, all of you, as you're standing there, your vision is turned to white. All you see is white everywhere.
Flashbang.
Uh-oh.
Countdown did.
Yeah.
A large toothed wheel cog spins on a platform following the same pattern as the rest of its environment. On it, a series of interlocking discs and wheels that, while they spin in a way that seems too complex to comprehend, still follow the same beat of the environment around it. At the centre, an unwieldy looking magical force swirls and spins like the surface of undisturbed water, and just beyond the platform, peering over the edge, seems to be an edge that goes downwards. A door built in the same structure as the one you've just entered through sits idly to the side, and just beyond the oddity of the structure, you behold a small table with something set up on it. Yet the most startling part of the environment, it seems to be the glow of something light overhead that fades into a darkness, coating the room under the shadow of something, all before the warm glow reconstitutes itself once more.
Oh.
Do you?
Did everyone else explode or just me?
I assume you remember.
Yep, yeah, 100% remember.
Yeah.
What?
What?
You mean?
Yeah,
say
don't do that
you're-
again, Meryl. What a bad idea that
It
was.
wasn't me.
What did you do?
What happened?
She went through the door.
It was amazing. It was like this glass box on all sides, and then this giant creature picked me up and plugged me into this other place, and then everything exploded.
Why are we all back here?
Does the phone begin ringing at this point?
It sure does!
Oh, I think we should.
Hello?
That's me.
If you pick up the phone, Marvel, you hear a voice on the other side of the phone.
Unfortunately, due to short staffing issues, nobody is available to welcome you to the system of exigency. Please proceed down the stairs, through the doorways, and in a straight line through to the room at the end. We apologize for the inconvenience. Thank you.
And then you hear a click, and the death of a dial tone.
It wasn't just through the next room. It was through the whole way, straight line. We don't stop.
Oh.
Second of all, I'm gonna try calling. What was it you called? Dawn, point it out, please.
Can Dawn point at a random number that she ended up clicking the dial to?
Sure.
Yeah, Marble will just call that and see if this time is...
Does Meryl see what number that is, in fact?
Yeah, that is definitely a 7.
Oh.
It's a good number.
That's a 7.
You.
Oh, actually,
it's a
Marble,
7.
that's a good point. This is the first time you've actually looked at any of the symbols. You can read this.
Oh my.
Very.
Have to imagine. Well, like, song isn't written.
It's
What is it?
definitely not the song. You look at these symbols and you don't actually, you're not able to read them, so to speak. It's more that, like, you look at them and there's a familiarity as though, like, something is indicated to you in a way that you're like, oh, wait, that's a 7. That's a 1, that's a 2, that's a 0. You recognize the quantity, so to speak, that each of these represent, rather than that means 1, that means 2.
Yeah, wait, I know this. This is odd that you still can't read it, Dawn.
It's a funky looking symbol to me.
Odd.
It's a 7.
Well, quiet when I call them.
Alright, so if you're calling up 7, which is the same way that Dawn had, you get the same experience as she had done previously, which is to say, you get the sound of, like, almost like it trying to connect to something that it doesn't ever seem to connect to.
Know that. Well, shall we carry on straight?
Okay, this is normal. Yes.
Like I said, this isn't the weirdest thing you've seen.
I think
That's
it's
still
up
you.
to me to decide that.
I am just worried how much weirder things will get.
This better not be a speed thing. I'm not very fast.
Sure, you guys all move down the stairs the same way you had before.
Are we on the screen?
Should be.
I'll refresh.
This time, as we pass the counter there, can I pick up one of the orange pieces of crayon?
Yeah, you
Sorry, not crayon chalk.
You pick up a piece of orange chalk, because you spotted what Meryl was like looking through it before.
Yeah, and can I just try and draw shapes into the air the same way the jigsaw piece headed
Sure. First
thing
of all,
was?
roll an Arcana check.
Oh, yes.
Watch it, Mark. You're gonna poke my eye out with that.
Apologies.
Wait, is he used?
So
Please stand clear.
14 is enough, right? It takes you initially try to do it, and it's almost like you're not actually touching anything, so like how can you draw? And then you think like, right, hold on, I had a surface, and you begin to visualize a surface like in your mind as you're doing it, and suddenly it's there, like you can feel it, like, so almost like your intent, like to write on something, makes it clear, and if you start drawing shapes in the air, yeah, they begin to like hold there for a few seconds. You realise that if you lose focus on them, or if you stop thinking about a shape that you've drawn, it begins to sort of crackle away, like fizz out into nothing in the air.
Can you draw on the sign? Can we have the sign? I love the sign.
The sign is something on, it's not on this screen, I'm afraid, but I'll keep it
Damn
in.
it.
Oh my god, magic chalk! Give me some of that.
This is rather fun.
Meryl grabs some.
I imagine M.O.C.H.A is like picturing like one of those wooden boards that you usually like roll dough out on. That's his like surface, and he's trying to like.
You just draw in the
like,
air on it. That's good one, actually.
Exactly.
Are you drawing like as if you're drawing on a flat surface, M.O.C.H.A, or are you drawing like in midair, like?
I mean, I suppose he would try to go as if it were a flat surface, but I wouldn't necessarily say that his hand is steady enough. So if he were to go off this like flat surface that he has in mind, does the crayon still follow, or does the line still follow into the 3-dimensional?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is, as long as you're thinking about a surface for you to put this onto, if that makes sense, like, it's not only you have to visualize it there, but more you have to think about what it would be like to draw on that surface. You have to imagine the weight of it. If you begin experiment with it, and then you draw a line up the side of like an imaginary wall, the chalk follows your line, you know, and it sort of slides up the side of the wall like that you're visualizing. So it's almost like you're drawing in a 3D space now. The more creative you get with it, the more you're able to sort of spin around with it.
Ooh, okay. And so while the lines persist in the air, if I use my other hand to sort of reach out to them, do I touch them? Do I wipe them away, or does my hand just phase right through
Your
them?
hand just phases right through them.
Okay. So they're not, like, it's not materializing.
No, it's
doesn't
not.
become solid.
It doesn't become solid, no.
How very peculiar. I think I would rather like to have one of these.
Keep them.
Are you certain?
Yeah, go on. Meanwhile, Meryl's like double fisting them and just like twirling around.
Cool. As long as you realize, you probably think as well. You're like, actually, how the fuck does he do that? But after like playing with it, but you're like, oh, I get it. I have to think about the surfaces. So suddenly you're like double fisted chalk and drawn all around you in the air, and it does leave marks. Like it's almost like you've got like a glow stick with like an afterburn, you know? Like it lasts after, and the minute you stop thinking about the shape that you're making, they do begin to like fizzle out. Like you literally hear them gently fizz and then sort of dissipate into nothing.
Do this all day.
If I do press the chalk against, say, for example, my apron and just try to make a line, a small one, does it remain there, or does it also disappear?
No, same vein, like if you draw it onto yourself, it does, and then the minute you stop like focusing on it or thinking about it, it begins to fade away.
I know this is fun, but there's a tower, a duty, some rules.
Apologies.
Meryl can't hear you. I like your jaw as well.
You
Meryl.
can draw as you walk.
Meryl.
She's like she's walking and like
Right.
it's like she's dragging it a lot across a wall like.
like a paddler drawn on the wall, you know, like it's exactly like that.
Yeah.
And you watch, like if you watch it behind her, like it does begin to like dissipate like behind her trail, you know, like as she's moving her way through and past it.
You're ridiculous.
Wow, Vanille, I like your new hair clips.
The whole party, nobody laughs. Nobody laughs at the party.
The face is
Dawn
killing me.
laughs.
Why nobody give a fuck?
Dead ass.
Oh, Maka, that baguette you've drawn's really yummy.
That looks like shit.
I hadn't drawn that, but it is quite. It almost looks like a real one.
Draw some
And
eyes
like,
onto Marble.
Mo-Ka will like step around the baguette. You know, he's like he doesn't want to walk into it.
Vanille, M.O.C.H.A, what did you see over that side?
There was a thing.
Sorry, Vanille, what did you see over that
Yes, yes, there was a thing. It appeared to hear us. It communicated with the chalk. It was holding some sort of lever. It was very
It was
provocative.
alive.
What did it look like?
I wouldn't say alive. It kind of looked sort of like a humanoid. It had no head. It was
Oh,
you know, like one of those puzzles you do as a child that you put together to make a picture.
oh yeah, I love drawing puzzles.
Yes. It had it looked like an ear or something drawn onto it.
Oh,
Yes.
Wow.
It was. Well, it did seem to see me at the very least. It was kind enough to point us towards the door in front of us, as well as. Well, it had given me the idea of drawing with the chalk.
Does it look like this? Is that what you're saying?
No face. No face.
It's also like a way deeper coloured orange, by the way, Meryl, but that's good. I like your little jigsaw person. It's good.
I like your choice of where the pieces are. Like the.
Yeah.
When
I didn't
Marvel
mean it like that.
when Marvel looks at the sign, do they understand it?
Roman intelligence, Eric.
Okay, is that a disadvantage because of exhaustion?
It sure is.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
The numbers you need to beat are very low. Like,
And Arcana wouldn't work? Intelligence?
I'll let you. Don't want to let you roll Arcana. No, wait. Actually, you're meant to be making this with advantage. I'm gonna explain something. I'm gonna explain something to Lorky very quickly. Remember how I told you your languages don't matter, but I'm gonna give you something else. This is your something else.
Okay, yeah. Just so everyone knows, I have like a million languages technically.
They're just not important.
Yeah, that's why.
But you can do this with advantage. But because you're exhausted, it's a straight roll.
Yeah, good enough for me. Nice.
Oof.
Okay,
Good enough indeed.
You know exactly what this is trying to convey. Again, it's not as if you can read it. Rather, you look at it and you instinctually are like, oh, wait, okay. I'm gonna send you what it says rather than tell you out loud because I think it's your jurisdiction to choose what you want to say. And it says, oh my gosh.
It says human baby factory. Strange. Just kidding.
Oh, lunchtime.
It says urgencies and pleasantries.
I'm going to assume that you are lying, as you usually do.
It says
You
urgencies
serious?
and pleasantries. There you are. I don't know what that means. I guess. Dawn, did you see anything through her?
I didn't get a chance to open the door.
Well then, go ahead.
I see a very long corridor.
And we're meant to go to the end, presumably.
So,
That's what you usually do with the corridor.
as you make your way inside,
Such were the directions given.
you spot there's these walls on either side, but seem to like open out into like other sections of this bigger room, essentially. And it is just a big long corridor that's straight ahead that you can see.
Onwards then.
Yes,
Oh.
perhaps we look around
Hello,
in a bit.
I am M.O.C.H.A.
Oh,
I see.
well, they look nothing like me drawing.
Oh,
Well, they appear to have eyes for symbols, at least on the right-hand side. Hello, how are you?
So, Mocha, what you can see as you sort of peer into this sort of workstation is that there's this big console or altar or something like that. Just behind two of these sort of jigsaw-shaped pieces. They are both like, it looks as though they're working on these odd workstations. You can see there's this big sort of like white circular shape that's floating in the air. It almost looks like a church window, like, you know, like the sort of shapes in a church window without stained glass in it. It almost looks a bit like that. And in front of it, there is a big circle that goes like that floats in midair just in front of it, and it almost looks as they're very intently focused on it, and they've got their hand on either side on these like little devices that sort of spin, and it looks almost as though they're sort of controlling them in some way. And both of them sort of look over at you as you walk in, but then they look back to what they're focusing on.
Okay. M.O.C.H.A will kind of like walk along the wall here, trying to stay clear of them, and he's just trying to have a look from their perspective what it is they are creating. Are the images anything that I would recognize, or does it more resonate with the symbols we've seen on the phone dials and the doors?
So you get the impression that like you can actually see what it is that they're looking at, and based on the way that they're holding these two devices that spin, you get the impression that whatever it is that they can see is clearly connected to those. So it's almost like to you that looks like they're just looking through empty space, but you get the impression they're actually doing something. And you could spot as well that over here on this little module, this little console thing, there are 8 little floating crystals like surrounding this sort of central piece. And in the middle, it looks like a scale replica of the tower, like a little small miniature of the tower with the red crystal floating at the top.
Ooh. Upon spotting that, he will immediately turn around to the rest of the party and sort of motion them over. There is something rather peculiar here. It appears to be a miniature of the tower. Excuse me, may I? And he like shimmies past to have a look at it.
They pay you no attention.
Maybe it's actually full-sized and we're all being shrinkified and we're actually inside of it.
So we're looking at it.
So if you guys approach it, you can see that like this. Actually, do you know what? Let's. How do I do this again? Let's do this.
Oh my god!
I
So-
recognize those.
As you approach, you see, but like there's almost like a compass in front of it, and if you sort of like move to your hand towards it, suddenly a light springs forth from the inside of the compass, and it glows. And as it glows, you watch as a couple of these screens begin to materialize. Sorry, Lurkin. These screens begin to materialize, like coming almost sort of forth from the light. And as it sort of like becomes more and more tangible, you can see a series of lettering sort of appears on the board. And hold on one second. Nobody say anything. Nobody say anything at all. Nobody say anything at all. Okay, now you guys can talk.
Beep beep poo poo.
Marble, might you be able to decipher this?
What do you mean decipher it?
Well,
Read it.
Oh,
Yes.
is it? Oh, access is prohibited. Please enter the sequence.
Oh, it's a
I
puzzle.
can click things. I can click things.
Marble will just reach out and touch the black like orb.
Sure. If you reach out and touch the black orb, it feels very solid, and it's almost like you can't actually get a grab on it because it keeps spinning, and it is way stronger than you are. Like you almost try to grab onto it to hold it, but it's the way that it spins, it begins to twist your hand, and you're like, oh right, and you sort of let it go. But Meryl, since you're the one that noticed first, if you touch any of the symbols at the bottom, they change whenever you touch them. So Meryl, if you right click on it and then go to multi-sided.
Oh, right, doesn't sound like that. Okay.
Oh.
How very lovely.
Well, guys, if you right click on and go on multi-sided.
Hi, don't start.
What?
Unknown command.
So we have to find a code.
Have we found anything yet?
Are these the... Does Mel recognize these as the numbers?
They're definitely not numbers. You have no idea what these are.
Okay.
Even Marble, as you're looking at them as well, they
Yeah,
don't correspond to anything to you either.
Has to assume it's in another room. Or perhaps one of these things now.
Maybe it's one of their birthdays. Let's ask them.
What is your mother's maiden name?
White.
Makes sense.
Sorry, furry humor.
Haha.
Hilarious.
Aha.
Oh,
Well,
there is a square, isn't there? Yeah. Does anyone remember the top left symbols for each room?
Oh,
Oh.
triangle, wasn't
And
it?
I
The first
wasn't
one
gonna
was a
say it.
triangle.
It was triangle.
Why weren't you gonna
square.
say it?
But that's sort of meta knowledge.
You guys would have seen them on the plates. That's the only way that you'd have seen them was on the plates.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marble shrugged and turned to one of the creatures. Excuse me. Do you understand me?
The puzzle piece on the top of its head turns to look at you, but its body stays focused on what it's doing. You notice as well, as you look at it, the puzzle piece on the top of these things' heads, so that you're kind of a bit closer to them. And the only way I could describe them in a way that makes sense to the players is that they are in a different art style. They seem largely incongruent with the world around them. They almost look like a collage. The way that they move and animate is almost like a collage of stop motion. As though like someone has like collaged these jigsaw pieces 100 million times. There's a whole bunch of different frames for them. The eyes occasionally shift and change, but they're all definitely still an eye. Very, very bizarre looking creatures, very otherworldly. Even looking at them is a bit off-putting because it's almost as though the rules of these creatures are completely different to the world that you live in.
Do you know anything about these symbols?
It just begins to look away from you.
Oh.
And I've noticed something though. This symbol matches the thing you saw in the first room, Dawn. The second room.
Oh, yeah.
Was there any sort of symbol in that room?
Not that I remember.
Well, look again. For now, I believe we're stumped and messing up.
Well, I have an idea. Not about the sequence, but perhaps we need to find someone who has a mouth symbol so they will be able to speak to us, if they are willing.
I was actually thinking the same.
We're not even supposed to be messing around in this bit anyway.
Yeah, we were supposed to keep going straight, so...
Well,
back to it.
But isn't that what the last rule suggested? To be taking things out of sequence.
Well, if you want to explode again.
Well, it was rather uncomfortable.
If I walk over to this one on the left, is it?
Okay.
What's it doing at the desk? Is it the same as the other?
So this one is doing something completely different. It looks as though they are assembling something. A series of gears are laid scattered around the desk. It looks as though they're fixing something. But something that is notable is that their entire workstation is very organized, very neat. There's a small crate of like gears on the bottom left to where it's kind of standing. And this one has an ear symbol. And almost like you can notice as it's like arranging this, it almost seems like it's waiting for specific clicks. But rather bizarrely, there are two more workstations here that are completely trashed. There's gears, all shapes and sizes, laid in heaps all over the floor. And if you look up, it looks as though there's like a tube of some kind that comes from the ceiling. And it's really, really long. The ceiling in this room is also like maybe 60 feet tall. And this big long tube stretches all the way down, and it's occasionally it seems like it deposits like more gears onto this pile. You can even see the remnants of what would be a trolley underneath, like where all these gears are. And the other two workstations are completely covered in the gears all over the floor. They create like a mess and a swath all around, making it like really, like you have to like really move through it. The piles are massively huge.
What a mess.
Yes, this is odd.
It appears.
Oh god.
It appears that while the other workstations aren't manned, this unfortunate worker is not able to keep up with assembly.
How big are the gears? Are they little?
They're all kind of varying sizes. Some of them are like as big as like maybe 2 feet, whereas most of them are maybe like a couple of inches in size.
And Maryl's gonna pocket one of the gears as a souvenir.
Sure thing. It's a little bit sharper on the edges, but you can absolutely pick it up.
And as she's doing that, she remembers about her ink thing and she checks to see if she's still got that on her.
You don't.
Ink exploded.
And because you are a clever cookie, you then have the thought about, oh, your phasing gland. and you've got that back too.
Oh, good.
She does look like a crooked.
Interesting.
This time Marble will try communicate in song and say the thing like, can you understand me?
It kind of like turns its head towards you and stops what it's doing briefly.
Interesting. You're repairing something. What is it?
It just continues to like sort of, I say stare at you, it doesn't have an eye, and this sort of collage kind of jigsaw piece, it almost kind of, it looks at you sort of like inquisitively. It doesn't really seem to understand you.
Mind.
So that you, I guess you piqued this interest with the way that you're like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I communicate with it, yeah. Marble will just shrug.
It doesn't understand me, I don't think. Anyone got any ideas? Or are we moving on?
They aren't very talkative. I think we're going to get much out of trying to communicate.
Perhaps we could give them chalk, but I don't know how communicative they'd be despite it.
We have had instruction to keep going. I say we do that until we cannot.
All right, Miss Goody Two Shoes.
I agree at this point. Oh
My
my.
normal size shoes as well.
I forgot about that joke.
I forgot about it.
Oh, look, there's more.
Ugh.
These are quite industrious.
Horrible shoulder pads.
If you have a quick look at the west side, there's like a mirror, like a full body mirror standing there. And like this sort of like swirling vortex thing encumbered by a bunch of these rings. These two that are working away are working on these stations that have like big spheres floating in the air, and they're both looking at them intently and drawing, almost like using their fingers to draw onto the spheres as though they're doing something. And on the east side, on this side, there's a series of like radio-like devices. Radio's close approximation to having them. You don't quite know what they are because you've never seen something like that before. But it almost sounds like they're tuning something, like they're trying to like listen out for something specific, and they turn a bunch of dials on these little devices and listen out.
See what they're listening for, like, is there like a change in like note, or is it like a time thing?
It seems like they're all working on different things. One of them is clearly like it's almost like they're trying to find intricacies of specific notes almost. Like one of them is like you can tell it's like turning a dial down very, very softly bit by bit, and you can hear it sort of like over time, like it'll begin to drop octaves, you know, as it's trying to listen out for something. Another one, it's literally you just hear like a gentle static crackle, and it's almost like turning it gently, very, very gently to try and find something within this crackle.
And what's going on in this room?
That's the one with the audio that Vanille was just listening to. The side that you guys were just on, like I says, it's got these big, like sort of devices with these spheres that float above them, and these creatures are drawing lines on the spheres.
All right, I see.
Okay, so notably, these guys obviously have ears on them because they're listening out for something. The ones on the left are trying to draw something, which is why they have the eyes.
It's gonna be
I still think they're quite restricted to this within their senses.
Well, all the eyes heard me, so they're probably better.
Maybe
at it.
they just
Definitely
like
are.
ears and eyes.
I think it might
They're
more
just,
denote a role than a
maybe.
like possibility. Do you get me?
I mean,
No, that one should
The
have-
puzzle pieces are different shapes, right?
Yeah, they are all different shapes. For what's worth, the one in the other room, like it wasn't you talking to it, was you tried to get its attention, was clearly what it noticed. Like it was a visual indicator, not an audio
Yeah.
indicator.
Mm-hmm.
But the password? Okay. Because I thought it was behind it, but yeah, fair enough.
No, I imagine like the way you said you got extension, I thought you meant like you sort of like got
yeah.
extension, you know.
Okay, that changes. Well, Sam.
I just want to lead you astray.
The way the kind of like pieces are set up, it looks like there'd be like at least 9, I guess. There's like outside and then there's like an inside one. So it's at least 9.
Yeah,
I guess.
each one has
I don't know if that means anything.
It's all for what it's worth in here, Vanille. You spot that there are 2 of these radio devices that are just blaring audio. And it looks as though there's meant to be, again, someone working on these stations, but there is no one there. The others are completely, like, they don't seem to notice it or be interested in it. But the 2 of these devices that are sort of, like, blaring audio, it's quite ostentatious. It's not exactly subtle. It's kind of annoying since you're standing next to it.
She cringes and, like, kind of covers her ears a little bit. But she'll, like, go up and, like, can she do anything to it? Like, is there anything, like, she can interact with?
There's a whole bunch of these dials. If you look at it, like, front on, like I said, it's covered in hundreds of these really, really small dials. Like, there's maybe 30 or 40 of them. And they all seem to, like, if you turn any of them, sometimes, like, if you twist one of them, like, the audio becomes really twangy. Other times you turn the volume up, then you're like, nope, and you turn it all the way back down again. They all seem to, like, change the frequency in some, like, minuscule way, but all affecting it in different ways.
Does it ever sound, like, not annoying? Like, is there ever, like a good sound?
When you turn it down.
She's gonna turn them all down.
Okay, that's fine. They all seem to function the same way. Like, the same dial on the 2 of them that are there. If you try and interrupt one of them, like, that are working on them, they gently put their hand to the side and, like, stop you from interacting with it.
What happened to move swiftly?
Sorry, I got distracted.
Before we go, can I try drawing like they are doing on one of these big spears?
Oh yeah, so see the stations that they're on? You notice that, like, only the ones that they're standing in front of have spheres on them. The other ones are empty. And again, Dawn, it looks as though someone is meant to be manning these stations.
Right.
The spheres are also not exactly empty. Like, roll me an investigation, Dawn. Okay. You look at both of these spheres, and one of them looks completely foreign to you. You have no idea what it is. Like, you're not really even super sure what it is you're looking at. It almost just looks like swirling shapes. The other one, however, does look somewhat familiar. You realise, see the one that's kind of like further away from you, the one that's up here? It takes you a minute, and then you're like, oh, wait. You realise that it's almost like you're looking at, like, the skybox for the Vivarium Verdant. You see all the sort of greenish colours and hues. And you're not exactly sure what this creature is doing with its fingers as it's, like, drawing on it, but it looks as though it's doing something with it, and sort of very, very subtly changing and shifting aspects of, like, this thing. It's really, really hard to notice, but you're 100% sure that almost looks like you never really got to see the sky of Vivarium Verdant. You just saw the colours of, like, where there would be sky because the trees were too dense. But you get the impression it's almost like you're looking at the sky of Vivarium Verdant.
Oh. Interesting. Is this here meant to be anything, or is it just, like... Is it anything, like, special?
This is almost like a big swirling sort of sphere. Oh wait, that's a pillar. That's a pillar. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, okay, right. Sorry, I couldn't tell if it was a pillar or just like
No. That's just a big pillar that stretches all the way up to, like, this huge ceiling that's far away.
Okay.
Are we moving on?
Okay.
Yes.
I feel out of my depth here. This is odd.
So the last room that remains.
You fit right in here. No one's got a face.
I have lips.
Too many.
And they have an eye or an ear. You'd fit right in.
That's microaggression. So I think I'm going to give you a racist point for that, actually, Dawn.
Racist point.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a racist point for that. So, as you open this door, beyond you sits a completely different type of room. This room is grandiose in scale. It is very, very ornate with a whole bunch of these very intricate. It's a very, very tall room with this very, very intricate series of like carvings and symbols all over the walls. But the most notable thing that is very, very hard to miss, other than this big, massive skybox that pours this sort of like purplish, orangish light come from the ceiling across this beautiful sort of marble floor with this sort of like, what do you call it? It almost looks like a sundial on the floor, like that kind of shape with all the markings along it. And in the center of the room, kind of like towards the back, is a massive hourglass with this golden light radiating from it. And sitting in front of it is a sort of secretary's desk, but it is much taller than you guys are, because you are all quite small in comparison to the scale of everything here. And a figure sits at the table, or the desk rather.
Okay.
What do they look like?
Pleasure, still look a bit like this.
Yeah.
We have found the mouthpiece.
Oh,
Marble, they're your twin.
Good one. Hello?
Hello, and welcome to the System of Exigency. We're glad you were able to stop by.
Yes. What is it? What's going on here? We exploded a while ago, and there's more like you out there doing work.
That was at least 3 questions. Please simplify your query and we will be sure to answer.
Why did we explode?
Due to some unforeseen circumstances, the System of Exigency is currently going through a short-staffing problem. Due to the short-staffing issues, we are quite unsure why our system is failing. But due to the fact that things are, it is unable to stretch within our bandwidth to do something about it.
Under the grip. More problems for us to solve, I imagine.
Are you
We're
the
glad you
arbiter?
asked. We would like it if you could pick up where the short-staffing problem has fallen short.
Oh, great.
Oh no.
That should not be a problem. I am happy to be of assistance. My name
This
is
is
M.O.C.H.A.
worse.
Hello, I am M.O.C.H.A. What is your name?
Hello, and welcome to the System of Exigency. We are the Conservator. We are this floor's curator, and the ones in charge of assuring the consistency of the System of Exigency.
System of Exigency? Explain.
Right you are. Every floor within the tower has a unique perspective and different type of lifestyle. Here at the System of Exigency, it is our responsibility to make sure that the tower is working as optimally needed for its further safety and advancement.
You operate the whole tower.
Don't be silly. It would be ridiculous to assume that we operate the whole tower. It is the System of Exigency's prerogative to make sure that other systems within the tower maintain itself. With the failure of the System of Exigency, oh, the whole tower would be a shambles.
Well, why didn't you start out what was happening in the seafoam room? That was all crazy in there.
Unfortunately, we only have jurisdiction over the System of Exigency. But that was a great question.
I mean not to pry, but it appears that some of the departments of your organization are already falling behind.
Unfortunately, due to an unforeseen short staffing problem, there are some problems that have occurred within the system of exigency. Unfortunately, due to the fact that we are currently short-staffed, we are unable to investigate any of these resource problems. Though, if you make a complaint, we will be sure to log it.
What happened to your staff? Or were you always short-staffed?
That's a great question. We weren't always short-staffed, but unfortunately, we do not have the resources to investigate why we are currently short-staffed. We just know that at the moment, things are currently unsustainable.
There's a password thing in the next room. Do you have the password? Wait to get it?
Unfortunately, it's not our jurisdiction to share the current sequence. You'll have to go to floor 91573 if you hope to find the sequence.
Write that down, Meryl.
9173.
91573.
Oh. 91573.
Attractions that are like so in character.
When you say you want us to help staffing, what does that entail?
Currently, there are many workstations throughout the system of exigency that are currently unmanned. It would be perfect if you, or any of your fellow tower guards, would aid us in assisting taking up that responsibility and work.
Do we get any training?
If you are needing further training, all rooms will come with a specific purpose designed to give you information.
I guess that's all we could do.
Marble said this to the group.
Well, as far as tower challenges go, this is rather easy.
You don't know what work is.
Well, I don't quite understand the tasks we have seen so far, but I am sure there is at least one that I can be of assistance with. Would you like our resume?
We're sure that you are fully capable of taking on the workload. Unfortunately, due to some issues with the shift regression, you will be doing it until further notice.
We won't be doing it, did you say?
No, you will be doing it until further notice, until the shift ends.
And you don't know when the shift ends.
Unfortunately, due to some failures happening within the system of exigency, we're currently stuck regressing over a small period of time.
Get up, lady.
Currently, whenever the system fails, we go through a process of resetting it back to a time before the system was failing. Due to that problem, we are unsure about when the shift will end.
I see, it's a time limit.
Is there any way we can help you figure out when the shift will end?
The shift will end when the system of exigency fails, or if our short staffing problem is resolved.
Alright. Talking to Apple was better. Are we?
Oh. Is there any other tower guard duty people on this floor?
According to our recent records, there is at least one other non-node/conservator present on the floor.
Ah, there you go.
Hopefully it is a person this time.
Do you know where they are?
Them?
Sorry.
Due to an issue with our short staffing, we are currently unsure of the whereabouts of the other guest on the floor. As part of our system, every node is designed to carry out a single task. If we were to stray at all from our system, then none of our jobs would get completed. It is our entire prerogative to focus all of our energy and time on the specific jobs we are destined for.
Who's on number 1 on your long-range communication device?
Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, we are no longer able to connect to some of the beginning floors of the system of exigency. We are led to believe this may be in some way a result of our short staffing.
I think they might be short-staffed.
How do we traverse these floors?
You are going to need an elevator key. I could procure such a thing for you. From there, you can access any of the floors in the system of exigency.
No, they're not short-staffed for that.
This figure sort of leans forward, and like they sort of from under the desk, they seem to like lift something out and pass something off to you, Dogs. You're the one that asked. They sort of stretch over like the table. Meryl, as you spot this, you can tell that this is exactly what you would need to get into the elevator. It's got like a sort of diamond kind of shape, which is the weird shape of the hole that was in the elevator.
If it wasn't blocked.
Do you say that?
No.
Meryl, you
was-
said you found the elevator before, right?
Yeah, I did, but don't know if the key's gonna let us in, because it seemed like there was something jamming up the door.
Oh. Well, we have a key at least to try.
I suppose
Jamming
so.
the door? Lady, do you know anything about that?
Unfortunately, due to a short staffing issue, we are unsure of any further problems happening in the system of exigency. If you have any further questions regarding each individual room, purpose, or duty, we would be more than happy to assist you.
I've got a question. Are you short-staffed by any chance?
Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances
Why
in
would
the
you say
system
that?
of exigency, we are currently undergoing a short staffing problem.
I think they're short-staffed.
Oh.
In the system of
Why
exigency.
don't you just hire more staff?
I wasn't aware
Why?
this needed clarification.
Typically, other nodes of the conservator would be taking on these responsibilities. But due to the short staffing problem, we are unsure where they currently are. Normally, creating new nodes of the conservator is a relatively easy endeavor, but due to unforeseen circumstances, more cannot be produced at the moment.
Is that the purpose of the first room we crossed on our way here?
The
one
first
with
room
the
that you
menu
would have
here.
crossed on your way here would be the entry hall, followed by a corridor.
He means the left door. When the four-way intersection's there. He means the most eastern door.
If you're talking about
It's
hesitation
right in
and
gay
follow-through,
directions.
I understand. If you're speaking about hesitation and follow-through, that room is designed as a fail-safe to assure that if the system of exigency fails, we will return to an earlier time prior to the failure of the system of exigency. In addition, hesitation and follow-through can be used to return objects to an earlier state in their lives.
Have you tried using it to fix the elevator? Perhaps your nodes are merely stuck on floors where they don't belong.
Unfortunately, due to a short staffing problem, we are unable to investigate this matter further.
My nodes are stuck on a floor I don't belong.
What?
What does that mean?
Where should our first shift be? What are we doing first?
In order to complete many of your tasks, you may either begin in urgencies and pleasantries, or if you hope to find the sequence, you can go to floor 91573.
Well,
Right.
I believe it might be a good idea to try and see if we can get the elevator working. If not, we may try to use the failsafe to reset it to an earlier state when it was working.
Suddenly,
fails-
as you guys are having this conversation, you feel a rumble and a shake in this room. Just as quickly as you guys have began this conversation, it comes to an end. A white light begins to fill the room in your eyes, and a vague sense of a burning pain. But that's where we're going to stop tonight's session. I'll let you take a guess where you were going to get back to.
Oh, the start of the
Staffing
tower.
problem.
We died
Oh
again.
my god, you guys are great! Wow! You guys are really smart.
Well,
We're going to go back
I would
to
love
spectacle.
I would love to
Oh,
take a
you're
guess,
so
but
close,
we've
but
got
so
starting
far.
shortage.
We wake up in a wagon.
Good start. Okay, hold on a second, and I'll move us to our. It should be like.
Are we going to the pink tundra?
I feel like hearing about staffing issues is going to get old fast.
I think we might be short-staffed just to pick
I
I don't know what
You
gave you
just
guys
have
that
that phrase.
impression.
Oh, I didn't
You
pick
just have
that
that
up.
phase recorded, so you don't have to keep saying it every time.
It's slightly altered. Like, it's like barely altered each time.
Well, that
We're
was
gonna
a
need a
session.
counter of how many times it was said.
Pretty good session, I'd say.
All right.
Yeah, you guys know Marble's full backstory now. No need to worry anymore.
don't
We're sorted.
question that anymore. Like you've got an
No
answer.
more
You-
questions.
All right, Marble and Co.
I'm not gullible enough to believe that. Unfortunately, M.O.C.H.A is.
I thought there was 5 people in the tower.
Okay, cobblestone.
So,
Yeah, we've been
apart-
calling Marble Cobblestone, just for reference.
Yeah, exactly. We've got an AU, like
They
a tower
are.
AU that we've been talking about, where everybody is like slightly different, but not quite the same.
Yeah.
Cobblestone barrel.
Beryl always sends you for some reason.
Meryl, Dusk, cobblestone,
Latte.
latte, and caramel.
So we do
So
have a couple
stay
of
tuned for
questions.
season 2.
We have a couple of questions organised by Egg, and there are quite a lot of them. And next one already been answered, but
Oh.
let's keep it burning through them, eh?
Thanks,
so
egg.
this is this is the thing that we. What's the word? This is the first question I got asked in the chat, and I saw this already, which was any advice for a new DM. My advice is always just do it. Like, stop thinking about it, just do it. Doesn't matter what you're considering, just do it. You'll never start it if you don't do it. Just do it.
And don't cry in front of your party. Cry in
True.
secret.
I did
Start
say
with the
it,
20
well,
session campaign.
both applied to it.
Say it again,
But,
Morgan.
listen to your players, like I said after as well. Listen to your players, right? Like I know you take feedback a lot, Connor, and you do it in a crazy survey because you're insane. But just asking
sure
your players a lot
do.
of questions is really good. In Reavers, which we've talked about a bunch, like early on, especially, I was asking what players wanted out of this campaign more than I was like, "Here's what you're in for." It was more, "You guys want something here? Like, talk to me about it, and let's see what we agree on." Right?
I don't think there's a whole bunch of said about like if you want to DM, I think just getting started is the hardest part, and sometimes you can convince yourself out of it. So I think if you think about it, you should 100% just do it. Listen to what people say, and honestly, trust that your players. Pick people that you like and that you trust to play. Because if you don't, you might end up
didn't
having a
do
bad
that.
experience.
Also,
Yeah,
don't be
like,
scared to
you know what I
improv.
did.
There's
yeah.
nothing wrong with changing something halfway through. Like,
And you're
if
gonna
you can
have
fit it in,
to. Is the
that's
real
fine.
answer? You're gonna
Yeah.
have to. There's no
Like-
way everything you want to do will happen in the way
If
you want
players
to.
miss content, that's
Even
content
if you
can move
think-
somewhere else. Like, that's
Even if you
fine.
think you got it all figured out, you don't.
100%
Yeah.
you don't.
And you
Yeah.
never
Get really good at
will.
improv. Very good at improv.
You're very good at that. You just need to be ready to to do it.
Yeah.
So when reacted to Marble's new form, is Marble a face eater? What do you say, like?
It's a
Yeah,
face.
so-
I mean, he was-
Guys, like I said, we know Marble's entire backstory now. There is no need to
No more
worry.
questions. Yeah, that's solved actually. You're sort of picking it solved. The next one
was a
is:
face eater before. so-
does Marble have any urges to eat the party? Look, these questions are for you. I don't know what to tell you.
Explored. It did actually come up.
Yeah, we've actually
How?
done
You
that.
can make what decision you will.
What?
Speaking of that, I just want to say, it does not look like there's a lot of killing on this floor so far, so Dawn's going to sleep with her whip out.
If someone's glued the fucking door shut, I have a suspicion maybe this the extra person that's on the tower might have done it, or in the floor. Sorry, that might have done it.
And you'll
But-
the glue.
Intrigue.
Oh, who knows? And then we can kill them.
Yeah, I love Kelly.
But some-
It's gonna be
something's
Mocha's
fucked up the
dad.
floor, right?
We're gonna
Something's
kill
fucked up
him.
the floor. So
Yeah, he's done for.
It's all gummed up with baked
we're gonna
goods.
kill and eat Mocha's dad's face.
Yeah.
Where's dad's face?
Put him in the oven.
Whoa.
Mocha, you're gonna cook your dad and we're gonna watch.
That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
It's horrible. Why would you say that?
And then fucking what's her name? Dawn is gonna drink your dad's juice.
What's her
What's
name?
her name's gonna drink your
Juices.
Okay, great. Let's move to the
We
next
have the
question.
next question.
Yeah, I'm moving on. Apparently, somebody says that they feel like this party needs a no secrets, and we share all of our visions and inner demons pact. Do you guys agree?
What's the fun of that?
Marble said the next
Meryl
comment
agrees.
was, no, I think that's a terrible idea.
What have you got to worry about? You solved your backstory. You're fully finished.
Exactly. Actually, yeah.
Next one is this is shade at a different player for a different Avonball game, which is, did Marble shove a random rock into their body that was talking to them? Well, we already know Marble's entire backstory, so the answer is no, obviously. Like, we know everything. And that never came up, so...
Oh dear.
Someone has suggested maybe you should try cutting parts of Marble off to see what happens. People are intrigued about what's going to happen there. Ooh.
I'm in.
Nothing will happen. They're just a furry, guys.
I'm in.
No.
Yeah.
But that's marvelous.
Another one is, did Marble know how to reverse this? I think they're talking about your current state, Marble. Do you know how to reverse that?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Maybe. Depending on how much you mean reverse.
And next question is last one about this. Is so if Marble does not kill something soon, will they get more violent and kill people around them?
Yeah.
It's a good question.
That's a good question. It's a good question.
And that's that. Okay. And the next one is also there's two more questions from Marble. Then I think we're moving on, which is Marble is hungry for what? Fairies don't need to eat normally.
Good question as well.
Good question as well. And
He's hungry for thirsty brew, guys.
his pros are there. Then.
Yeah, true.
Marble is rich? Question mark.
I actually DM'd Richard about that one, but yeah.
I mean, yeah, he sold out to unions. Of course he's rich.
Marble was rich, so they
was
not as rich as they used to be.
No. Canon height for the gamers. I think we could have answered this. I think we answered this last-ish, maybe. But
We did, so don't even tell them this time.
Yeah.
They should go back and watch.
Maybe?
Has Marble's new form changed height at all? Or are they the exact same height?
I believe they're the same height, right?
You are very, very slightly taller, but it's because your head is now bigger. You're slightly taller, slightly broader.
Pointy ass head.
Very pointy ass head. Pen head.
So from tallest to shortest, it does go Dawn, Marble, Vanille, Meryl, M.O.C.H.A, I think, but M.O.C.H.A is taller with a hat.
It's not the reason he wears a hat, though, I swear. He's not trying to compensate.
There was a question of why is there a timer counting down? Because there was a timer on the stream. I'm sure you guys can figure that out yourselves. You can do that,
Was
right?
there a timer on the stream?
There was a timer on the
I
stream the
saw
whole
that,
time,
but
and I didn't know if he intended to do
I
it,
saw
so I didn't
that
mention it.
way late.
Oh,
I saw it and I was like, oh, that's when the flashbang happens.
Yeah.
I saw it, I was like, well, something's gonna happen.
I saw like
So
right
then I
away,
turned
and I was like, oh.
I turned the stream off and I was like, I'm not gonna spoil myself.
can you?
It's not a stream that you guys need to watch. Chat now. Yeah, chat now.
Yeah, I was talking to Richard like for half the time, so yeah.
Wow, spoiling. Another question was a glass elevator like Wonka's. What the hell, sure. Yeah, okay. This is actually the chocolate
Meryl
factory.
stole
That's why
fizzy
it's
lifting
brown.
drinks.
Yeah.
Oh
Fizzy
my
lifting
god,
drink.
we're in the
Where's the
Tower
Oompa
Factory.
Loompas?
Just you wait. The Oompa Loompas are coming. They're coming for you guys.
That's what's
I'm gonna look
orange.
like
Like I said, brown is for
They're gonna get
chocolate.
us.
This is the chocolate factory floor. You guys are close, but that's why it's brown. Talking to the mouthpiece. She has an hourglass on her neck. Yes. What's causing the short staff? Let's ask you guys. Why do you think there's short staff?
I think they're just stuck on different floors.
Unions.
The other person got them.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's something to do with that other person as well, but it could also just be like, yeah, I'm thinking that person is like jammed up the elevator or something, but we saw the elevator working, so weird.
But why would they leave their workstations to begin with? That's
The
my only problem
elevator worked, but the door didn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they could
Okay,
look
only-
for workstations to go and try fix this issue, and then, you know, one by one, because they're very mechanical from the looks of it. Who knows?
Next question is, where did the staff come from? You guys don't know. I guess the conservator did say
No
no.
mummy puzzle and a daddy puzzle.
They are made in the tower.
The conservator did say that usually extra nodes is what they said. Extra nodes are usually able to be produced, but due to issues, they can't make any more just now.
Short staffing
I
issues.
wonder what those issues are.
Yeah, the
They
short
have
staff.
nothing to do with like the amount of staff they have.
They were unforeseen.
I think they're a bit short staffed at the moment.
Yeah,
No.
I think honestly, I think due to some unforeseen circumstances, they're currently short-staffed. Is the answer. I mean, the next few questions are all kind of the same, which is could investigate the short staff. I think you guys are going to do that. Next one
Yeah,
is
Richard loves live tweeting.
Stop doxing him. He's rum like that's his name on the thing.
Yeah,
It's
sorry, there's
Rum.
1990.
He's
It
not
was-
afraid to speak his mind.
I always puts a smile on my face when I see rum. Next one is what failure? And I think they're talking about like the system will fail. But I think you guys kind of got an answer to that at the end of the question. Session even. A question of what floor are the nodes made on? I think he's just like live tweeting and hoping that you guys will see these questions and ask them.
I'll ask it. Yeah, it's usually what Richard does.
I think
Sorry,
that's on you guys.
I think we did ask a few of those questions.
I think you did. The next one is which of the group is canonically this gonna crack me up. Which of the group have canonically had pizza before?
I mean,
That excludes both
Marble,
the makers
absolutely.
because
Yeah.
we can't.
yeah.
Meryl
I
would
guess.
have
Okay,
pizza.
that's- Yeah.
You don't even fall, right? 'Cause there's no like you can't make pepperoni. You know, there's no.
Is there an alternative?
well,
I mean,
there's
like,
definitely
you don't need
meat
pepperoni for
alternatives.
pizza.
It's more that like the
Yeah.
meat is just coming from the meat comes from different
Like scurry
places. We'll say, yeah.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, seafood
Has
is
more
very,
than
very
pizza?
popular. There's way more pizza, not
Oh.
pizza, way more seafood on this
Anchovies.
place than anywhere else.
Seafood.
Because the ocean is full of big scary creatures.
I'd reckon if there is such a thing as a pizza, M.O.C.H.A might have made one or two in his time. But
There's definitely pizza. Like 100% there'd be pizza.
Pizza's canon, guys. Pizza's canon.
Pizza is canon.
Italy
yeah,
is
yeah.
canon in even.
honestly, number
No.
one reason to get invested.
Maybe that's where Vanille's from.
Pizza land.
Pizza land.
Yeah.
So let's just ask them individually. Vanille, have you had a pizza before?
She's pretty bad at pizza.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Okay, Marble, have you had a pizza before?
What the shop was? Yeah, Marble absolutely has. Marble's
Oh, office
tried every
pizza
kind of food.
party.
And Meryl, have you eaten a pizza before?
Yes.
Okay, can he eat pizza? Has he eaten a pizza? I hope that has satiated that really important question for you.
Yeah, the Meccas
Oh, I
didn't
see
get to
what you
look at
did
them.
there.
Yeah, they're not getting an ask. I've got a racist point
Honestly, I thought
suppose,
Vanille
like-
would be too posh for pizza. It seems like, it's too greasy.
Oh, posh.
Yeah, she only got
She was
shot.
probably-
She's just an
She was
asshole.
probably on a date with a guy who was like, "Oh, Italian food is fancy, right?" And then
She definitely seems like she'd eat with a knife and fork, which is an insult towards myself because I do that.
Yeah, Kelly does do that.
Someone asked us in the chat, but I think you guys got the answer, which is they clocked it before you guys did, which is when the timer ends, will they be put back to the start of the level, or the floor rather? And the answer is yes.
No,
Who
pizza
has the
I don't
most-
think any of us wanted to mention the timer because
Yeah.
it wasn't on our roll 20.
Yeah,
It was
they
like-
didn't know about the timer. They didn't know about the timer.
likewise,
Who has the most Riz in this party?
Well, like as a stat or like
As a stat,
as a vibe.
I would say as a vibe. I think 100% as a vibe. Stats are irrelevant.
No, Vanille's
I
like
think
autistic.
Marble.
I still get
I
Marble.
think
Marble was in high society.
Dawn has that stare. She has them curves.
That hourglass
Like-
body.
She got that
She's full of
liquid.
strange liquid.
And then also,
Exactly what I want in a partner.
yeah, and you look at Dawn, and all you can think is, I can fix her because she's built.
She's literally falling apart. Yeah.
Yeah, Marble currently has a +10 to their persuasion.
Oh wow.
It's not about
Sorry,
stories.
I'll retire the bard, whatever.
You wouldn't be able to tell by the face, like.
Damn, drag her.
On that
That's how
note, though,
persuasive they are.
I'm very interested to see about this this floor now, because I think I'll fit right in. Because
Oh,
I
you
have a
can sleep
feature.
This floor is one of my favorites, and you guys have barely started. I think I said this already. I think I said this to you guys in the beforehand, which is this floor will probably take you guys like another full session, and depending on how fast you move, it might take you slightly more than that. Like, but I see it taking you guys another full session to like really get to the bottom of
This
it.
one was really impressive. All the
Yeah, they
animations and
are
everything. I don't even know how
Yeah.
you did that.
Almost as good as Jamie's maps.
It was hell. I'll give you that much for free. It took me so long to get it all working. And there's a map you guys haven't seen, which barely works. It's so low quality and stuff. So I'm not sure if I'll change that or not for next session. But we'll see.
I think you'll just make it
So I might.
That's what the poo-poo is.
Yeah. So I might either. So I might either
There's another
see
question in the
about.
chat.
Yeah, I've still got things to go. One thing is, are you tracking racist points? Yes, I am tracking racist points. Because this campaign has like a huge, or rather this world has a huge theme of like racial disparity. I do track when other people make hate crimes or microaggressions. And for this session, let's count them up. Dawn got 1 racist point this session. Marble
Hell
got
yeah.
1 racist point this session.
Damn,
M.O.C.H.A.
way more.
M.O.C.H.A. and Meryl got no racist points this session.
You can stop there. You can stop there.
And Vanille got 4.
Like I said, 4 things. But
She's going for the high score. Well, the 4, you may have only said 4 things, but all 4 of those things were racist. So, and
Also, you know, if you just do like 4 racisms in a row, it's like that counts as one big one.
Robots.
Also, racist points don't necessarily affect anything except for your party's respect for you. And as you can see, nobody respects Vanille because of how racist she is. So, if anything,
Anti-human.
it's a detriment to yourself rather than anything else, I guess, the better way of
she
putting it.
just misunderstood.
She
Okay.
mumbles a lot, yeah.
Yeah,
Silence.
She didn't know what that word
Hopefully
meant. She's what I meant, friend.
Isn't M.O.C.H.A. the only one without a racist point?
Think so.
that might be correct, yeah. I'll need
I
to
think
double check the
Meryl
scores.
think so.
accidentally picked
I don't.
one.
Didn't
I think
No,
Meryl
you
punched
fucked out
up.
last time.
I think Meryl punched out.
Yeah.
I punched up? Yeah, I punched up. Didn't
No
Mocha
offense,
say
but-
something about like? Oh no, maybe that was Tuan. Sorry, they all look the same to me.
Damn. All of that to say though, that is, well, could we get DoorDash to the tower for pizza? Maybe next time you guys could use the phone and you could call in. You could order pizza delivery as long as someone remembers a pizza delivery
imagine?
service from before they join the tower.
Imagine the call just gets put through to M.O.C.H.A. It's like M.O.C.H.A.'s pizza service.
The tower is sponsored by Papa John's Pizza.
No, it is not.
They were
They're
getting sponsored by
bastards.
Domino's.
They're bastards.
Use code
Language.
TOWER.
Language.
All of that to say, that is everything. I hope you guys had fun tonight. I'm really excited to explore this floor a bit more, and we've got some fun things to do. Reminder again, our next session will not be until will not be for 4 weeks, so it'll be 1 month today is when our next session will be. Thank you very much for tuning in and for joining us for tonight.
That's the 1st of March, by the way.
That's
I don't
the
think it is the 1st of March.
no, it's not. It is
It's
the
the
8th of March.
Is it not? What?
Today is
Oh,
the
my
8th
calendar's
of
wrong.
Today is the
Oh, wait,
8th of
yeah.
February, and it will be 4 weeks, which is 1 month from today. So in case you don't know how to do math like me, that will be the 8th of March. The 8th of March when we play
guys, I've been
again.
kicked out. I've been kicked out of the campaign now, guys. Goodbye. Thanks,
Yep.
Oh
Daniel.
my god.
We're pulling in 1990.
Who is that girl?
A special thank you to our patrons again, as always. Or patron? Yeah, patrons, not patrons. Let's pick it up. Love your. Thank you, Morris. Thank you, Kelly, and also thank you to our beloved Egg. And until then, we will see you next time. Everybody, say goodbye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Like and subscribe.
Love